a year ago when he was at Navi's Junior, then he went to OG, and now he's with Inner Circle. So I've been following Days since those times. It's interesting the transitions that he's made. Now he's back to, he's very young into his career. He's, I believe, only about I would say 18 or 19 years old, but now he is the drafter for Inner Circle. Has picked up quite the strong lineup here with the Beastmaster and the Brewmaster. A lot of masters here. Warlock and the Tusk coming out too. We saw just what the Beastmaster was able to do in the previous game, or rather lack thereof, as Winter players played a mid lane Beastmaster and didn't have as much success. Let's see what Virtus Pro will be able to do, or VP.Prodigy will be able to do. Tidehunter being picked up by them, as well as the Klink. So that Ravage plus the Klink's Barrage may be enough to overpower Inner Circle, but there's something very interesting here, because you do have the Brewmaster. Once the Primal Split comes out, with that Wind Bruling, you can just send the Tidehunter up into the air, prevent, or may not be able to prevent that Ravage, but maybe you can send him up into the air afterwards, or if you have enough vision, you can prevent that Ravage in the first place. But the real interesting thing is that you can send the Klinks up into the air, and if you do that, then you take a look at VP's lineup, they will really lack the damage to be able to close out those fights. And again, even if VP initiate with the Ravage, with the Klinks, one of the key requirements when you do play up against a Brewmaster is that you have to make sure that he can't get that split off. If he does, then the potential for the counterplay is going to be there. But let's see what Inner Circle will have in store for the carry role. I do think it is again going to be a mid lane Beastmaster, because you do have a Brew. The Brewmaster will go towards that top lane, Beastmaster will go towards that mid lane, and then you'll have a carry hero remaining to pick up. Or you can play a Beastmaster on the carry position. It's something that I've only seen a few times now, but it does work. You can farm up for your Aghanim Scepter. I think the DPS coming in from the Beastmaster is similar to a carry hero, and could be, a way that you can make it work. VP.Prodigy though, let's see who they will pick up. Have seen a few of the Klinks mid lanes, but that's mostly in the pubs. I think in a competitive environment, you want to be playing the Klinks on the safe lane role, and you need someone that can initiate for your team, someone that has that jump in. Probably going to be an Ember or a Void, but at the same time, the puck is also open for VP. And if you want to play with the AoEs, you can go for an Invoker. Ravage plus the Cataclysm combination could be a pretty good combo against Inner Circle. Just add in that Cataclysm to make sure that Brewmaster can't get off that split. Let's see. Sorry about that transition. I had to remove one of the audio sources, but that's fine. VP.Prodigy, Huskar banned up by them. We saw the Huskar in that previous series too. Again, did not have as much success as perhaps Winter Bears were hoping for. And again, this is a lower bracket match. So the loser of this series is going to be eliminated. And you do have some pretty, high level names in both of these two teams. QT is a newcomer, I would say. I haven't seen too much from them. VP will pick up a Pudge for their mid lane. This is very interesting. Not exactly a hero that is picked up in these kinds of scenarios. Normally, the Pudge is a bit of a confidence pick where you know that you can make it work. Over here, it comes in with a lot of risk. Inner Circle will pick up that Omni Knight, that Repel with that Dispel and that magic damage immunity will mean that the Pudge's Rod is not going to be doing as much. Not to mention the Guardian's Angel will mean that the Klinks' physical damage is also going to be negated. I really do like this pick coming up by Inner Circle. It will be... I'll actually have to open up the lineups over here just to see where this Omni Knight is actually going to be going. 4-2-3 is their carry. And so it does seem like it's going to be an Omni Knight being played on the carry position. It's going to be a Brewmaster who is going to be the off lane, and then again Beastmaster, as predictably, is going to be going on the mid lane. For the side of VP.Prodigy, it is in the end, we'll have to see a position one clinks. Okay, that much is pretty. That much is expected. An offlane Tidehunter, so it will in the end be Serenada who will be on the mid lane as the Pudge. Let's see what the Pudge is able to do, because I think against the Beastmaster, the Pudge does not end up winning. The boars will be able to slow down the Pudge as much as the Pudge is able to slow down Niche, and then the Wild Axis coming in from the Beastmaster, it's a lot of damage. So I wonder how they plan on making this Pudge work. Maybe it'll be at the back of some rotations coming in with the Ringmaster, or with the Elder Titan. So let's see. Hmm.
Well done, everyone. I've got some notes.
Well, game one between Inner Circle versus VP.Prodigy is underway. I would imagine that Inner Circle has the better draft. I would even suggest that Inner Circle may be the better team as far as past experiences go, and just taking a look at the players here. But anything can happen. We do have a bit of an X factor on this Clinks, right? Not exactly a whole lot of information found on this player, but that can either be good or that can either be bad for Inner Circle. They do have an observer ward planted towards the high ground on this mid side, so they're looking for the hook. Serenada, though, he doesn't see anyone that he can hook in.
30 seconds to battle.
Oh, he does manage to land that hook on towards Niche. It should end up being first blood. It's a difficult one to get, especially with the purification, but one more hit from Serenada, and that will end up being first blood. Did make it look easy. If I'm gonna have to give it to him there. Should propel him to that early game head start, which is exactly what the Pudge needs, or rather, which is exactly what the Pudge wants, right? You want to snowball off of this pick, and that is going to go a long way into enabling your snowball. Will also have that earlier level do, so he'll have that rod up even if the Beastmaster, even if Niche is able to find a few denies. But this will be the lane to look out for. I do expect it to go one way or the other. Very rarely in a lane with a Pudge is the lane even. Normally, this is again a hero that you have to take risks with, and that can either play out for the better or for worse. So let's see how it actually pans out. Broom. Oh, I heard another hook, but over on the bot lane, Brewmaster plus the Tusk, as Daze will just drag the creeps away from this lane. Take them behind the tier 1 tower. But Janter, he wants to stop this play from happening. Daze was even able to plant down that sentry ward blocking the camp. Janter tries to grab the creeps back with the Astral Step. Or rather, not with the Astral Step, but with the Astral, but will not be successful. I think Daze got the better of Janter there. Will be able to drag the creeps all the way back, even though they do take a few tower hits. Misses the creep wave. But should be able to double up on this creep wave, in fact. Overall, I don't actually think they can get many kills here. Maybe they can get a kill on Janter, but it's hard because you have so much HP. And then you have the Clinks with the Searing Arrows that do deal a decent amount of damage. Oh, wow. Serenada able to get the kill on the Beastmaster. All by himself, solo. That is not too good for Insanity or Inner Circle. can't give away too many kills to the Pudge here. And Niche, despite of having the bottle, can't exactly bottle up against the Pudge. Easy secure for the water rune, as Serenada can essentially just hook it in, but doesn't have the hook right now for about 10 seconds. Overall, not too bad. Top side, we see a Ringmaster for the third game in a row. The previous series also had a top side Ringmaster coming out from the Radiant side, and it will be VP who will be playing with a Ringmaster too. Takizawa, despite of playing the Tide Hunter, this isn't exactly the easiest lane for the Tide. The Omni Knight really does not care about the Gush or the Anchor Smash. It's one of those rare situations where you have a carry that can essentially heal himself. And then added on top of that, you have Say with the Shadow Word, so he can essentially provide another source of healing for 423, and that means that this Omni Knight should be able to secure as many lost hits as he wants to, can just essentially farm up. I'm not sure what the itemization is going to be for this Omni Knight. Perhaps he is going to go the traditional route with the Echo Saber, but a Radiance isn't that bad for the Omni Knight either. Mid lane, once again, that is the third kill that Serenada will be able to acquire. The first one may have been a team effort, but the second and this third kill is not. This is just Serenada destroying the mid lane, destroying Inner Circle's mid laner here. And this Observer Ward is certainly helping him land all of these hooks. I'm surprised, very surprised, that Niche has not planted down a sentry ward for himself here. This little boost of speed is not going to help him, considering the fact that he is playing against a level 5 Pudge. It's a full level discrepancy, and he has the level 3 in the Rot. With the 26% slow coming in, Niche, if he gets hooked in, or even if he's under the effects of the Rot, is not going to be able to reposition himself. And I think that Inner Circle really should consider bringing in some support. Maybe try to take this Pudge down while you can, because as soon as he hits that 6, as soon as he gets the phase boots, it's going to get a lot harder. But right now they are content on just farming up on their lineup. Even though it is the Clinks, it is Cutie who is at the very top of the last hit chart. And again, that's just that's his actual nick, right? It's not the in-game nick. He is on Liquipedia too with the same nick, so it will be interesting at moments where I have to shout out his name because at the end of the day he's playing a carry, right? So his name is going to be beckoned quite a bit. Phase boots are up for the Pudge, and he is teleporting in. Serenada, let's see. The one he's gonna eye is Say, and this Warlock really level 3 has no hope of survival. In fact, Serenada didn't even need to dish out the hook. He could have just taken out the Warlock. Say didn't even have the boots of speed, but Serenada's not going to mind it all that much. He has plenty of mana to play with. Daze is going to go down towards that bot lane too. Cutie will be able to pick up the kill there. And now your carry is doing well. Your mid lane hero is doing well. Even on that top side, sure, the Tide Hunter may not have enough lost hits, but he really doesn't need to. Takizawa can recover, can farm up the jungle, farm up the ancient stacks if he wants to with that Anchor Smash. I wouldn't peg the Omni Knight to be that big comeback mechanism or comeback hero for the lineup of Inner Circle, but it does seem like they want to make a move on Cutie. He is in danger, and no teleports actually coming in to help him. Now the Ringmaster does come in, but Cutie has taken in so much damage. Can they actually keep him alive? Snowball comes out from Daze, and just a few more hits will be all that's needed. Lice will be able to pick up the kill, and as that is one of the better kills to grab, taking out the other side's carry. That is certainly going to go a long way in the comeback, as Inner Circle do currently possess the net worth advantage. A lot of the lost hits though from this Beastmaster, you can take a look, he has 54 CS, but a lot of these lost hits are these jungle camps. He has essentially been forced to disengage from his lane entirely and just go to jungle. This will help out, or this will favor VP, as they now have a mid lane all to themselves. The Pudge can rotate probably going to teleport towards that bot lane because you do have 3 heroes here. I mean, Say is going to go back. I'm not sure if Lies and Days will though, because they are currently playing with the momentum. QT has about 8 seconds to respawn.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Oh, long range hook being dished out. Rain has to dismember and is going to grab Niche up, devour him essentially. Roar gets thrown out, so Niche will be able to stay alive. But that is essentially a Roar being committed just for having to go back to the fountain, and then he'll have to. He can teleport back, but essentially that is a win for Serenata, despite the fact he wasn't able to get the kill. Again, he's just punishing Niche for showing up on the lane. Taking a look at the net worth, it's no surprise that Serenata is at the very top of the net worth chart. The Omni Knight 423 being a close second, as Takizawa's way too far out. He doesn't even have the mana for a teleport or no spells available for him. 423 will be able to pick up the kill, and they'll even be able to take out Takizawa's courier.
Tower is under attack.
So Inner Circle, they are able to fight back. And surprisingly, Serenata has not left that mid lane. He did go top that one time, but all he got was that Warlock. I would imagine that coming towards this bot side to get a kill on this Beast Brewmaster would be pretty good. He is going for that vessel, so no Radiance build from this Brewmaster. Maybe they'll let the Omni Knight create it as the Omni has queued it up. Let's see, the timing for this Radiance will be critical for Inner Circle. And again, the Radiance in this newest patch 7.40 does not actually provide that miss chance. It only gives you that evasion, that 30% evasion, which means that the Omni Knight can stay alive, but the Clinks isn't going to miss the hits on anyone else apart from the Omni. So the MKB and the BKB is not a hard requirement any longer in this current patch against the Radiance. QT may still go for that BKB just because of the fact that you have so much magical damage on the other side, and you also have the disables. Janter will be able to stomp and stop Lice, but he won't be able to stop Days. This should be an easy pickup to be found. Tag teamed up, Janter is going to end up dropping, and at 423 here over on this bot lane, they should be able to pressure this tier 1 tower. The only question is VP going to come in with a response? Right now, though, they want to take Niche out. It's going to be a dagger from Rare that will clean up the Beast Master. So again, 2 Masters in this game. Tier 1 towers, because of this, should go down. So this most recent trade, sure, you do lose your mid laner once again, but not too bad from Inner Circle, because at the end of the day, you do open up the map now, create the space for your Beastmaster to eventually recover.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
VP though, because of the way that they dominated their mid lane, they should be able to make quick work of this tier 1 tower. It's already down to about only 300 HP, so all you need is a few more pokes at this tower and it should go down.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Rare G will soak up that extra bit of experience. He has the Arcane Boots now, as well as the Reveal of Wonder up. You also have the Ravage online, so if I do expect VP to make a move with the Ravage. Rare G and Co will make a move on Rare G. He does have the escape act, but unfortunately can't really go anywhere. They would have liked to give the kill to Niche, but it will be Lice who will grab it up. And before their tier 1 tower falls, they want to take down the opposing side's mid lane tower. And it's surprising that VP are playing this so passive because they're giving up a lot of their objectives. Sure, Serenada was doing great in the early game, but you have to consider the fact that he's the only one who's been doing so well. He's 3-0-2, which means that he's the majority of the kill participation from their 6 kills that they have gotten so far. And now that they've lost their mid lane tower, it's Inner Circle who do hold on to all 3 of their tier 1 towers. And they only have to get through that top lane tower. Even though it's really healthy, you still have your primal split. So for VP, this should be a bit of a warning sign. They really do need to create some action around the map in their favor to be able to hold off Inner Circle. You simply can't give up all of these towers. And Niche isn't as disabled as you would like to believe, or as VP would like to believe. Because even though he has gone down 4 times, even though he doesn't have a single kill to his name, he's only about 1,000 gold below the Pudge, and should be having a similar timing to his Aghanim Scepter. 1,000 gold less means that he's only going to be down 1 more component compared to the Pudge. But that means that he's only going to be about 1 or 2 minutes, 2 minutes at max away from his own Scepter. Although Serenado, once he does get to that Aghanim Scepter, he should be having it in about 200 gold. Once you get to that Aghanim Scepter, that Rot is going to essentially double nearly its damage output from 120 to 210, as well as a healing restoration loss, which means that the Vessel from Lice can't be used defensively on any of his allies as long as they're hit by the Rot. It's going to be difficult for them to survive. Now, the niche aspect that we were talking about is going to come into play once you have the Wind Bruling with the split. Just send the Pudge up into the air. Take him out as that big raid boss factor, and you just have to deal with his minions. Takizawa? Alongside the rest of VP, it does seem like we have a bit of a brawl on our hands. Serenada will go in, but the repel came out from the Omni Knight. Rain now is in incredible amounts of danger. Takizawa will dish out the Ravage. It catches everyone out, but there is no follow-up. Serenada had to reposition, and effectively Janter is left to fend for himself. Serenada hooks him back to safety, and so far no one has really fallen. But the Ravage has been committed. So has the Primal Spirit as well as the Guardian's Angel. So both of these two teams have expended nearly everything in their arsenal, and no one has really come out on top. And now Serenada hooks Daze, but Daze has the snowball to buy himself some amount of time. It's Serenada who has fallen, and without their big bad Pudge, they can't keep QT alive. He's going to be the next one caught out. And in the end, this 5v5 brawl is going to turn into a 2-for-0. Just at that 14-minute Shrine of Wisdom mark, Daze will not be hit by that dagger. He will be able to snowball himself on towards Rare G, but that stomp by Janter is going to stop Inner Circle in their tracks and force them to go back. But all in all, a big advantage to go the way of Inner Circle. That's the Aghanim Scepter completed up by Niche. Sure, Serenada does have his own Aghanims, but you need to set up better. And without the Tidehunter's Blink Dagger, it's difficult to actually set up because you're relying on Serenada to essentially hook someone in. That may not work out too well for you against a team of initiations, because you take a look at this, they planted this Observer Ward down pretty early on. Or I don't think it was there during the fight, but in a experimental scenario, as long as you had an Observer, you can just keep dodging out these hooks. Daze able to create some separation, but he will get hit by the Rot. Snowball will buy him some amount of time, but in the end, he will end up going down. Niche is coming in. I'm not too sure if he wants to make this play. He may have the shield rune, but they are going to catch on towards him. Dismembered up before he can activate that shield rune, and by the time that he does, he has already fallen too low. Not too sure what he was doing there, as Inner Circle this time around will be faced up with a 2-for-0 loss, as well as having lost their tier 1 tower. So it's a pretty good recovery by VP. Hmm. Days will secure his own side's Shrine of Wisdom. Does have the level 4 tag team now as soon as he creates it. 100 bonus damage means that, the damage block that the pods received, it's going to not be as big of a critical factor in creating some tankiness for Serenada. So he should be careful of that tag team. In fact, I think VP need to really be careful of the full 5-on-5 fights. I think they're a lot stronger as far as pickoffs are concerned, but in a full 5v5 fight, I think Inner Circle may just come out ahead as long as they can get their ultimates off. QT does have his Burning Barrage online, and this is the big spell that gives the Clinks a lot of damage. And similar to VP being careful or needing to be careful, I think Inner Circle also need to be careful. I think in a scenario where Inner Circle aren't able to get their ultimates off, they straight up lose the fight. The Brewmaster is going for that primal split. No more charges. A lot of these spells, they have been changed. Hmm.
Better luck next time.
Warlock gone for that Dormant Curio. Normally, a support gets this item when the timing for the tier 1 neutrals is past and they haven't gotten a neutral item. So when they do, you can just pick up a Dormant Curio. And because the tier 2 neutral items have spawned, you can essentially get that power spike for your tier 2 neutral. Although 9 minutes from now, if he still hasn't gotten a neutral item, he can go for another Dormant Curio, but would be very surprising if he does do that, because he should be able to get a tier 2 neutral in these next 9 minutes, particularly because farming up the jungle is a lot more safer than farming up in the lanes. I remember a time when this was in a grand final that OG managed to make their way into back when Daze was playing with them. He was having some connectivity issues, so No Tail actually had to step in as a stand-in. I doubt that's going to happen anymore because Daze isn't with OG. He's obviously the Inner Circle are the ones who are playing. But fun fact, over at EPL Championship, you can actually take a look at No Tail's matches because they are No Tail is actually competing with a Seb. He's in the Monkey Business team. That's going to be their match is actually going to be happening tomorrow. So that one is going to be a bit of a fun one. But right now the spotlight, quite literally, is on VP versus Inner Circle. With this Desolator for QT, they should look to build up some stacks for him. He can essentially just take Say out all by himself. They might have got a whiff of the Sklinks, but I don't think he was caught inside of the radius of that sentry ward. Takizawa farming up for his Aghanim Scepter should have it by that 20-minute mark, assuming he keeps on farming with at the current pace in which he is. Only needs about 2 more components, or about I would say 1600 gold. The same can be said about this Brewmaster. He only needs about 1250 gold for his own Aghanims, so we'll have a clash of the Aghanims pretty soon. As the game has turned quite passive, Niche farming up for his Blink Dagger still hasn't managed to find the recovery that he ideally wants. And you know they're looking for the Blink Dagger. But similar to
Are scanning.
the other side, it's VP who are looking for Niche. They see him, they have two heroes on top of him. But the Warlock, he is moving in. Say is there to protect Niche, even if he does get hooked in. Amplified damage rune is going to be denied away. That would have been a great rune for VP.Prodigy to look for some kills with, but it's not going to happen. Even Dazed is very close to his own blink. Just needs about 100 gold. And he saw Serenada make his way towards that bot side, so it won't be a situation where Serenada will get caught.
Dire are scanning.
Aghanim Scepter almost, or rather, Aghanim Scepter built up for this Brewmaster. So he is quite strong now. The only question is, are they going to wait for this Blink Dagger, which Niche does have? So are they going to wait any longer, or are they going to be looking for some kills? I think that should be the way they go about it. That tier 1 tower towards that top side is still standing. VP have managed to even out the objective scoreline as far as towers go. And they are going to teleport towards that top lane despite of not having the BKB. Maybe they go for a smoke play here and look for some kills, and that is exactly what they're going to do. Heading inside of that triangle where they will catch out 423. He is going to be the first point of contact, but he does not get hit by the hook. A counter smoke coming out by the other side. Niche jumps forward, activates a DOS, but does not want to use the roar on Takizawa. He has that natural dispel mechanism. Hook is going to miss once again as the primal split comes out. Wessel up on Rare G. He is going to be the first one to get taken out. Despite the Wheel of Wonder, it's not going to be enough. Rare G falls, and the rest of VP, they're on the run. They're just waiting for the split to run out before they make a play. The Tormentor has spawned, so you know that both sides are going to be looking for a kill. Niche was able to find the Elder Titan near the Tormentor, and with 2 heroes down, VP can't actually commit to a fight. So the Tormentor will go the way of Inner Circle. It's not exactly the best shard available. The shard going the way of the Tusk would have been massive, as those shards, you know, that is that movement speed slow 50%, as well as the fact that the depth increases with the shards, so you require quite a bit of time to be able to make your way out. Also, that creates some DPS, so you can't actually blink out of the shards. You have to kind of go for a slow crawl out of it. And now you have the Echo Saber built up too.
Dire's middle tower.
Serenada has gone for the plus 150 damage in the hook, but I will say that his impact in the game has slowed down massively, particularly because they're simply playing a bit too slow. I mean, sure, they did go for a move, but Inner Circle were able to read them quite easily.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Roshan is up for grabs. Not sure if they recognize this, but 423, he's under an observer ward. Serenada is looking for the hook, dishes it out but misses. So now Inner Circle know what's happening. Roshan is under siege. They throw out the wild axes. Unfortunately, did not get enough vision because Roshan was out of the pit, so they don't exactly know how low Roshan is. And VP, they're going to go all in for the Roshan. Wheel of Wonder is going to be sent out too as Niche jumps in. But it's Serenada who will grab up the Aegis, and it's going to be Inner Circle who will immediately lose the 2. Lyce does have his primal split, and he will activate it to try and get a kill on towards Takizawa. That is a very difficult target to actually take down, and in fact, Inner Circle will recognize that this is a futile attempt and will just end up going back. Unfortunately for the Beastmaster, he did not have the BKB, so he essentially jumped into his own death. And even though he was able to take down Roshan, was not able to click on the Aegis. It's going to be Serenada, who now has a lot of survivability. It's not just the fact that he has that Aegis, he also has the BKB, so he has a multitude of ways where he can take a potential fight.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
QT will be able to make quick work of that tier 1 tower.
Fallen. Dire's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's structures are fortified. Radiant structures are fortified. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Radiant's top tower has fallen. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Beastmaster ends up going back.
Scanning.
And they've yet to look for a fight. It's in fact going to be VP who will look for a fight of their own. Niche will just disengage entirely. Lucky that he's able to make it out of here. Going to go through the Tormentor and will be able to make it across. Say wasn't so lucky, but this is actually the best thing possible against the smoke gank. It's your support tanking it rather than a core tanking it. There will be some packet loss. There were a few ping issues in that previous game too, but those were resolved. And this should be resolved too. Takizawa now has that Blink Dagger Ravage available, and this is the big tricky factor for Inner Circle. If you get hit by that Ravage, and if Serenada is able to jump into, or rather he doesn't have the blink, so if he's able to come in for the Dismember, they have enough damage with the Scepter Gush 2 to be able to take out this Beastmaster, to be able to take out the Panda as well before he can get the split off. And that is, if you lose any of your cores at the very start of a fight, Inner Circle don't actually have the means to mount up a counter offensive.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I think in that scenario, they're going to be at a huge loss and will not be able to fight back.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower has fallen.
Takizawa, he is a bit isolated here, and the pings are coming out. They're actually going to make a play for the Tidehunter. Takizawa holding on to his Ravage. The question is, will he unleash it? Will end up going down, and towards the side, Niche is able to make quick work of Janter, so Inner Circle are able to get 2 quick kills on towards VP. The question is, are they going to go on forward? Because the opening for that tier 2 is there. They also have the siege creep. They can take the tower down, but it's actually a play on Rare G. He's able to run back, escape back plus the hook. The real objective is, of course, the tower. And they are going to go for a slow poke. Not exactly the best heroes to actually take the tower down, but with Niche showing up, the tower does fall pretty quick. Oh, despite of the illusion rune, they're able to grab him up. Dales goes in for the save, but it's not enough. In fact, even the Primal B, even the Brewmaster does unleash the Primal Split just to be able to get away. What a perfect hook coming in, and slightly unlucky, very unlucky for Inner Circle's Niche. He activated the illusion rune. Unfortunately, his main hero stayed in the same position and so got hooked in. Oh, that was a very unlucky play. But for VP, that means that they now have the opening. And the tier 2 tower to be able to take down, it doesn't actually require too much effort. With a Desolator, all it really needs, the few hits, it was already less than 50% HP to begin with. They'll go for a tier 3 siege. I don't think it's going to be a proper siege. I think they'll just go back after they take the tier 3 tower down. Rather, it's Inner Circle who won't allow them to go back. Remember, Takitava has that Ravage. 423 activates his BKB. The Chaotic Offering comes out to disable the Dismember, but Daze has already lost his life. They have taken QT down, but the Ravage comes out, and now Niche jumps in too. With the Aghanim Scepter, he'll be able to take out Serenada as VP lose all of their heroes, apart from Takizawa, who does manage to find his way out, but that is a big punishment being dished out by Inner Circle. Turns out VP, despite the fact that Niche had not respawned, Inner Circle were able to buy enough time for their Beastmaster to come in eventually. And even though they do lose their carry, at the end of the day, they come up with that massive advantage in that fight. Turns out they're not actually out of this game. Decided the saves coming up by VP, by the way. We saw the escape act planted down. We saw the Clinks trying to reposition, but he just wasn't able to. He is very squishy as a hero. Sure, he has about 2900 HP, but they can cut through that pretty easily. He has no debuff immunity. He has, no way to soak up that magical damage. He is going for that Hurricane Pike, so he should be able to, maneuver around a bit better. Niche going for that Shiva's Guard. The Shiva's from the Radiant side, though it is readied up. Serenada has it. I think this is a game that is going to come down to the initiations. Whoever can find the jump in first. And I think it really depends on who you jump in for. If Inner Circle are able to jump on that Clinks, take him out, VP have no chance in that fight. If VP are able to jump on that Beastmaster, or maybe even on the Brewmaster, take them out, then I don't think Inner Circle have a chance to take that fight. So it's really going to come down to who's better on that trigger finger.
Radiant are scanning.
My bosom button.
Tormentor gets picked up by VP. And they now have the Spotlight to play with. Again, additional amounts of information. Spotlight would have been great if it was on Inner Circle's side against the Clinks, but overall not too bad. Daze now has his shard available. So those shards, the upgraded ice shard should help them. I think they know where, I think both sides actually know where the other is. Astral Spirit is going to spot out at least Lice, maybe able to spot out more heroes. As Inner Circle do go for a smoke as VP, they're charging in head first towards those tier 3s. QT will be the first one, activates his scepter, and with the barrage, the glyph is going to be forced out. The only question is, again, who gets initiated upon first, as 423 is back in his base. The skeletons do a lot of work on the barracks, so they may not actually lose the barracks first. Lice jumps in, activates the primal split, and even 423 is saved. The Pudge is sent up into the air, so now it is Takizawa who is going to be in danger. Throws out that Ravage, but 423 has the BKB to absorb it. It's the Beastmaster who gets caught in. No one has really fallen so far, but Takizawa is taking in a lot of damage. It's the Ringmaster who has fallen, and he throws out the Gush before he falls. It's Serenada who will, in the end, come out as the big winner. And despite of Lice trying to fight until the very end, it's just not enough. VP will be able to come up with the win. QT stays alive, and with this Clinks, who had taken out the melee, the full range of barracks towards the mid side, it's a massive loss to Inner Circle. That Gush, as Takizawa fell, got everyone from the side of Inner Circle because it's a very narrow corridor in which he threw out the Gush in. The armor, the 6 armor reduction on every single one of Inner Circle's heroes, that was just a massive play from VP towards the very end, despite the Ravage not working out. And they get so much out of it. The full range, the full melee and ranged barracks towards the mid side. They get Roshan as well as the Roshan's banner for another play if they want to go for it. And Inner Circle, they can't make too many mistakes like that again. If you give the Clinks even 5 seconds of time with his scepter, the Burning Army, he can take out the barracks all on his own. QT has the Aegis for about 3 more minutes, and VP, they're consolidating towards that top lane. You know what they want? It's obvious. They want the barracks. The question is, how are Inner Circle going to stop this play? If they plan on stopping it. Because it's going to be Sei who gets caught towards that mid side, and the Warlock, they will not have that chaotic offering for the next 60 seconds. And that is the opening that they are looking for. QT, though, he loses his Aegis. Was able to take out the tier 3 tower and will respawn, so it's not as if VP, they're going to be playing with a numbers disadvantage. At the end of the day, all they really need to do is make sure that Clink stays alive now. Sure, Inner Circle did not use any of their big spells. The Split Earth is sent out. Or Earth Splitter, I suppose. It's going like this. And the Daze is going to get caught in it. Who is teleporting? It's the Beastmaster who's teleporting. So even the Beastmaster, it's going to come down to the very last second. I'm not sure if the Beastmaster is going to get hit. He is inside of the trajectory, but he is teleporting in. If he gets hit by it, that might be the you know, he's going to lose about 40% of his HP. How much is he? 42% of his max HP. So he's going to be about on about 2000 HP if he gets hit by it. He needs all of his HP to actually take a fight. The only thing is, Clinks is on a 2-second respawn, and the Tidehunter, Takizawa, is not in place for that Ravage. Even his dagger is on 2 seconds of a cooldown, so he's going to walk up probably up to here before he has that Blink Dagger online. If he jumps in, this is the furthest he can make it towards this little skeleton. So it's interesting to see how VP are setting up and whether or not they have enough time to actually make this work. But if they can, Inner Circle can't actually fight back. So let's see. This will be a very difficult defense 4v5, particularly as Daze is going to get hit as well. It might actually even turn into a 3v5. And they don't actually have any buybacks. The only one who has a buyback is that Brewmaster, is only Lice. So let's see how this little play all pans out. A hook is actually going to catch Daze, so it's not the Earth Splitter, it's actually the hook. Daze has fallen, and now it's just a 3v5 effort. The Beastmaster niche is held in by that Dismember. Ravage gets sent out, catching Inner Circle, and 423 has nowhere to go. He is going to end up falling, and no one from VP has fallen apart from the Clinks. In the end, even the Beastmaster is going to end up losing his life. It's going to be a full team wipe, considering the Warlock fell earlier. And even though you don't have the Clinks, they have all the time in the world to be able to claim the second lane of barracks. They're pinging the outpost. They might actually want to come in with a buyback on that Clinks. I think they realized that if anyone from Inner Circle actually had a buyback, they would have used it by now. Outpost has been converted, but no buyback so far, so they are at least playing it a little bit safe. It's a 10,000 net worth advantage, but more than that, it's the fact that they have 2 barracks of an advantage that makes this so difficult for Inner Circle. Spotlight gets sent out to catch the sides there, and the Astral Spirit will actually catch out Say. Brewmaster will buy back. As Daze, he starts the fight, but it's Serenata who will hook Janter out to safety. Daze wants to jump in, but is instantly just going to lose his life there. Chaotic Offering was also sent down. A little bit surprising that Say has managed to actually create that Aghanim Scepter, but it's not enough. I think that Inner Circle are very much on their last legs. Burning Army does get placed up, and no glyph means that this is going to be at least a melee barracks falling. It might just be one of the very last fights that Inner Circle have in them, particularly as Niche is going to end up going down first. He buys back instantly back into the game, and with the BKB running out for Serenata, perhaps Niche can actually make something happen. 423 though, he's losing his life onward on that backline. Niche has also gone down. That's a dieback, and 423 is just going to call GG. VP take the first game win in the lower bracket against Inner Circle. Inner Circle fought long and hard, and it did seem like they were ahead in portions of that game, but the fact, I think that Illusion Rune play towards that mid lane tier 2 where the Beastmaster got caught in, after that, it didn't seem like the game was close. VP, just the fact that once that Burning Army came online from that Clinks, the barracks were no longer a difficult objective to take. The sieges became so easy, and the punishment for Inner Circle for losing those engagements meant that they lost a portion of their base, a third of their base each and every single time, to the point where it all came crumbling down. Can Inner Circle mount up the comeback? Certainly the way that they played does demonstrate that they do have what it takes to take VP.Prodigy out. But VP.Prodigy, they're only one game away from securing their run further in the lower brackets and actually eliminating Inner Circle. Which of those storylines will actually play out? We'll head off to a short break. Before we find out the answer to those questions, do make sure to stay tuned on in. draft this time around. It's the Shadow Fiend plus the Tiny, and I don't think this is going to be a mid lane Tiny. You don't normally pick up 2 cores right off the bat, so that does suggest that this may just end up being a Tiny support. I think Tiny support is actually a pretty viable pick, even more so than the mid lane Tiny. Sure, you don't level up as fast, but eventually you do get to that level 4 in the Avalanche and the Toss, and you can make quick work of the Skywrath and the Shadow Demon if you can. At the same time, if the Shadow Demon is not the target of your Avalanche, then he can just use a disruption to save any one of his allies. Inner Circle, they also pick up the Chen here. Probably going to be Sei playing the Chen, right? I have seen Sei play the Chen quite a bit. Shadow Fiend, it is going to be a big question mark if this Shadow Fiend can actually survive and have the kind of value that you need him to. Inner Circle, they do go for another teamfight oriented hero. It is the Mars. A Requiem plus the Mars combo will mean that VP.Prodigy are going to have a bit of a difficulty to survive. And you can even throw in the Avalanche and the Toss. I think
10 seconds remaining.
I think that's a pretty decent combo.
5 seconds remaining.
VP.Prodigy going to go for their 4th pick. Is going to be a core hero. I doubt it's going to be a Skywrath mid. I don't think I've ever seen a Skywrath mid in a competitive game. I could be wrong, of course, but don't think it's going to be coming out anytime soon. I wonder if VP will go for a Pudge once again, right? Now in this game they don't know the beast. If the other side is playing with a melee hero, that's what the Pudge excels against.
Dire team banned.
Okay, never mind. They in fact will go for the Pudge regardless. Serenava had a phenomenal game as the Pudge over on the mid lane. If you all remember, got first blood at a level 1 fight, and then afterwards he managed to get solo kills on
10
Niche
seconds remaining.
twice in a row, all by himself on the mid lane. If he can pull off another performance like that, I think VP.Prodigy, can snowball off of that Pudge pick. And this time around, they even have a follow-up for that Dismember. You do have the Mystic Flare, so Dismember plus Mystic Flare means that Inner Circle, whoever gets hooked in, is going to struggle quite a lot. Not to mention the Shadow Cleanse, or rather Demonic Cleanse available for the Shadow Demon once you take down a Tormentor, or if you acquire the Shard yourself, will mean that the Pudge has that Dispel, has that heal. Let's see how Inner Circle plan on surviving, because Shadow Fiend isn't exactly a hero that comes in with a lot of HP. One hook and Dismember and Shadow Fiend dies. You may have the Chen's heal, but it may not be enough against the Pudge.
10 seconds remaining. Dire team ban.
VP.Prodigy going to go for another ban.
Remaining.
It's going to be the Queen of Pain that's banned up. Inner Circle.
Seconds remaining.
Going for their last ban.
Remaining.
And do have to think about it quite a bit. I think what they're probably wondering is if this Shadow Fiend is going to be a carry or is just going to be played on the mid lane. I would be wondering that too. I think both teams are going to be wondering about that. It's a very risky mid lane Shadow Fiend, so I would perhaps place the Shadow Fiend on the carry role personally, but Inner Circle, who knows what they're thinking. VP.Prodigy have to pick up a carry hero for their side.
10 seconds remaining.
Templar, Assassin, and Dragonite have both been banned up.
5 seconds remaining.
And the Clinks that they had last game is not going to be available. Ooh, they're actually going to go for that Abaddon, a hero that does very well against that Shadow Fiend. You can't burst through that Requiem, you can't burst through the Abaddon with your Requiem unless it's a magic damage Shadow Fiend and you use the Eels combo. Abaddon, because you can activate the borrowed time while you're disabled, the fear from the Shadow Fiend is not going to be doing as well either. Not to mention, you have quite a lot of healing reduction in between the Abaddon and the Pudge. Inner Circle, they're going to be going for a Storm Spirit. This is one of those ranged heroes that doesn't do as well against the Pudge. Because Niche, he only gets that survivability once he hits his level 6. So Serenada, if he hooks Niche in, should be able to take the Storm down as many times as he wants before that level 6 mark. Not to mention, picking up a Storm Spirit against a Skywrath Mage is always going to be a risky pick. How do you keep Niche alive? The Chen's ultimate is not going to be enough. The Hand of God, it may provide you with some bit of heal, but it may not provide you with as much as necessary. Let's see what Inner Circle have planned up, as it will be a support Tiny. Daze is the one who's going to be playing that Tiny. I think I've seen Daze play with the Tiny quite a bit. Not so much in this current patch, but that's my problem, because I haven't seen too much of Daze in the current patch. I haven't been costing Europe all that much. But I think that VP.Prodigy have the better draft. It all just depends, because Inner Circle is playing with a very heavy tempo-based draft. At the end of the day, you have a Storm Spirit, so it's really going to be up to what Storm Spirit is able to get done. So we will see exactly how Storm Spirit is able to snowball, if he's able to snowball at all. Tips being sent out all around. Probably friendly banter between both of these two sides. Position 4 Skywrath plus the Tidehunter. Interesting setup. I don't think Inner Circle can get hit by that Ravage, because that Ravage is going to be followed up with that Ancient Seal, that silence, which is a very long duration silence, mind you. It's a 6-second silence at its highest duration. When you hit that level 15, you also get that minus 6 second in the Ancient Seal cooldown. So essentially, it's a 8-second cooldown silence for 6 seconds. So it's a 2-second silence, essentially, if you think about it. 6-second duration, 8-second cooldown. But that's only at the level 15 mark. And again, much like that last game's playbook, they're looking for a kill. Lice will spot out this effort from VP. He knows that there are so many heroes here, and VP will just be forced to go back. So they won't be getting that early first blood that they got for Serenada in that last game this time around. Shadow Fiend is going to pause the game and is going to disconnect, but should be reconnecting soon. I say soon, but I have no idea when he's going to reconnect. I assume it's going to be soon.
I just woke up. Leave me alone. I just woke up. Leave me alone.
Hmm. .423 is going to reconnect into the game. And it was pretty soon, if you think about it that way. 2 and 2 bounty runes each, as .423 is going to pick up the bounty rune over on his bot lane. I'm curious to see how this lane is supposed to pan out for Inner Circle. Chen plus the Shadow Fiend, there's no real survivability here. It is deceptive because Chen is coming in with the creeps. If the Skywrath Mage, if the Tidehunter, and assuming, you do have Janter who can make a play through the gate, if they're able to get on top of .423, he should end up going down. Particularly before he has the Requiem online. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we do see some plays like that come out from VP. Over on the top side, it is of course going to be Lice
Been killed.
with the Mars, as well as Days with the Tiny, so you can get a kill on Janter. Of course, it should be the target, but it's very difficult to actually get a kill because even someone like the Abaddon is coming in with the shield. So you can essentially just shield up the Shadow Demon if he gets hit by these spells, and he'll be safe in that regard. A bit of packet loss this time around from my side. Still, both teams doing pretty well as far as lost hits are concerned. Over on the mid side, the Pudge hasn't been able to get any, as much done as he was in the previous game. Before this, at this point in the previous game, he already had 2 kills. But this is just the nature of a ranged hero against the Pudge. Niche can just keep his distance away from Serenada and shouldn't go down unless he gets hooked in. And shouldn't get hooked in because this time around, well, or rather, no, the Observer Ward is still standing. So Niche is under the Observer Ward. And I will say that, you know, he's able to dish out significant damage on towards Serenada with just his static remnant.
You know, I'll always remember how foolish you looked.
I think this is going to be a very even laning phase if the Pudge doesn't get off to a snowballing start. And then the question becomes, if the Pudge doesn't snowball, how effective is he going to be against a Storm Spirit? Because Niche can flash farm pretty quick. He can farm in the jungle if he wants to. He can clear up the creep waves a lot, like really fast. And that essentially means his lane presence may not be there for too long for Serenada to actually hook him or for them to be able to get any kind of kills. He's already hit his level 4 mark, should be hitting his level 6 in about a few minutes, and once he does, you lose your window of opportunity to be able to get a kill on him. It's actually Daze who is the target. He is going to get disrupted in. QT is actually going to get speared back. Daze is in incredible amounts of danger, but the toss back on towards Janter will mean that Daze draws first blood.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
That was not exactly going to be a huge, or rather, it is a bit of an upset for VP because that was their move that they were trying to make. Surprising that they actually played that aggressive, considering the fact that you're playing with an Abaddon. I think at the end of the day, you want to get to your Radiant's timing as quickly as possible. Sure, getting a kill helps you in that regard, but giving away kills gives the chance to potentially have your Radiance delayed, because then the other side has options. The other side is more experienced, has more gold, can be a bit of a thorn on your backside. Rare G. Taking in so much damage from that Chen. As 423. Concussive shot goes out, though Sei is in a bit of trouble, but Takizawa is not interested in pursuing that case. He will just let Sei walk away. Has no gush, so really he has no choice. Outside of the concussive shot slow, there's not too much he can do about this. And Rare G is just at that level 2 mark, so this isn't exactly the way that the way that they expected this game to go. Or as far as the laning phase goes. Or perhaps they were expecting it, who really knows? What I do know is that Janter is here over on this lane. Predictably, he wants to try and get a kill on that Shadow Fiend. They do spot out the fact that the outpost is converted, or rather the Watcher was converted. Banishment comes out on towards 423, but no real follow-up available for their side. There is no gush. There is no follow-up slow.
Dire structures are fortified. Radiant's
Rain, or rather Serenada, Again, taking in a lot of damage. It's Niche who is going to slow Serenata down low enough for the Avalanche toss to come in. Serenata has 2 low HP, but Niche, he has even less. He's going to end up going down. Despite of that being Inner Circle's move, they lose their mid laner. And that is 2 Galvanized charges that the Storm Spirit also lost. So he's now down to just the 1. Not exactly the start to the Storm Spirit that you would have hoped for. Serenata, he may not be off to that blazing start in compared to that last game, but at the end of the day, he is able to acquire a kill, a flesh heap stack, some fair bit of gold going his way. His phase boots will be online in, well, less than a minute. He's looking for the hook, throws it out, does not catch Niche.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Janker, he's looking for the steal, or well, at least he was looking for the steal. Won't be able to steal it, as there will be Days who will acquire the Shrine of Wisdom. So both sides supports are going to be getting that fair bit of experience. Level 4 on both Days as well as Rare G. These position 4s are evenly leveled up, but one of them requires the ultimate. The Mystic Flare is a much bigger objective to get to. Days coming in with the Avalanche as well as a toss back, and in fact it'll be a skewer on the tree, but Cutie was managed to actually get his level 6 online and does now have his phase boots. They are coming in the courier, so now he needs to farm up around 5,000 gold to be, or I think it's, yeah, it is 5,000 gold to be able to get to that relic. So let's see. 500 gold per minute. Oh. Okay, Takizawa. Compared to that last game, this is exactly where he died. Or rather, no, I don't think it was the Tidehunter for VP who died in that position. But I do recall over today in one series where the Tidehunter from the Radiant side died over here. This time around, Takizawa will die in a mirrored situation. But Cutie, if you know, now that he has the phase boots, if we assume 500 gold per minute, it's going to take him 10 minutes to get to that Radiance, which would be a 17-minute timing. Not too bad, but it is slightly delayed. Doesn't have the kind of lost hits that you would want from your carry at this point. Serenata looking for the hook. Concussive shot is going to slow the Chen down, and he does manage to find the hook. Days, though, he'll come in with the Avalanche from the high ground, and that will stop Serenata from being able to get the kill. In fact, Serenata will end up losing his life. Say, though, he's still in trouble. QT actually comes in, but has no way to stop this teleport, so Chen will just be able to teleport away. Takizawa does have that Rabbit, is able to dish it out. The concussive shot slows down that Shadow Fiend as he turns around to make a last-ditch effort, but will end up giving up his life. 423 goes down, but in the end, it's Inner Circle who have a 2,000 net worth advantage, and 423 losing your Shadow Fiend, it may hurt them, but not as much as the death of the Pudge. Because at the end of the day, VP rely on their mid lane Pudge to build up some kind of tempo, and Serenata simply has not found the game to be able to do that so far.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
QT. Avalanche, as well as the toss, that is a pretty easy kill for them to be able to find. Lice does come in with the arena. Disruption comes out from the Shadow Demon, but Janter is going to be the target. And really, this is starting to snowball out of control. Niche now has 5 galvanized charges, is going to be going for the Guardian Greaves. I am seeing this build more and more from Storm Spirits these days, because essentially you can come in with a long range heal, and you already have the Chen, so their sustain is going to be difficult to counter if you're VP, who don't exactly have too much damage. They're playing with the Abaddon, who, quite honestly, is pretty far behind. I still don't have the level 6 for Rare G. Daze is about to hit the level 7 mark.
Under attack.
No demonic purge or no demonic purge available for Janter either.
Soak it in!
Radiant are scanning. Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Serenada, 2 more components away to that Aghanim Scepter. Well, it's technically 3, but he almost has the Ogre Axe anyway. Takizawa going for the pipe, so he's actually skipping the Vladimirs. Surprising he's actually skipping it entirely because you do have the Abaddon on your side. Lycio would be pretty good. As Sei is going to be blocking that hook with the rest of his creeps. Mystic Flare is not going to land, and that means the counter response is going to come in from Inner Circle. Takizawa was able to make his escape, but slowed down from the toss as Niche is there, and there's no way the Tidehunter makes it out. 4,000 of an advantage as a long-range zap comes in by Niche. It's the regen rune that will be picked up by Serenada, but the only question is, can he keep himself alive with a toss coming in from Daze? Dismember goes out, but a skewer found by Lice will mean that Serenada falls, and even Janter, who came in to support the Podge, is going to end up falling. A 4-0 play coming in, favoring Inner Circle.
Tower is under attack.
And honestly, it's going to be a 6,000 advantage for the Radiant side once this tower falls.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Only 2 kills being found by VP.
Dire's middle tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Stupendous! Bounty! Regeneration!
Daze almost has that Blink Dagger. I say almost, but he's about 800 gold away from it. But should be able to get to that Blink Dagger by the 16-minute mark. Assuming no shenanigans happen before that time, if he doesn't die or anything like that. Doesn't seem like he's gonna die though, because Niche is gonna jump in, and it seems like he's only gonna get the kill. So that 16-minute is probably now down to about 15.5. Even Rare G is in trouble. Daze is coming in. One more toss should end up with the Skywrath falling. Lights will be able to get the kill. Killing spree up for the Mars. Has the use against the Ancient Seal, against the Mystic Flare, so they do have a lot of survivability. And I'm taking a look at the Abaddon. QT may have the Sacred Relic up soon, but that's all he'll have.
Dire's bottom
He's stuck in between of 5 heroes here, unsure of where he should be going because there is no hope for him to go anywhere. Lice has the arena up and will actually expend it. They'll hold QT in, and despite of the borrowed time, it seems like that's all that is. This is time that he has borrowed against his life. Lice is going to end up with a dominating streak, and they'll even be able to pick up a tower as well. Inner Circle are dominating this second game, and there's no end in sight to VP's misery.
Dire's top tower has fallen. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Disruption is going to come out. Takizawa, he has the Ravage, so this should be a good kill if they can find it, but they can't. Daze will just teleport away.
Is under attack.
That is an awkward position to be in, because if you're VP there, you must be thinking, do we use the Ravage to be able to get a kill? And it's just a support. And now and then the Ravage will be down, but if you don't use the Ravage and he teleports out like he just did, that's a massive loss. Because you still did commit a few of your ultimates. The Mystic Flare got used. And that means towards that mid lane, Inner Circle are going to be allowed to do whatever they want. Take control of VP's jungle
Dire's middle tower
as they
is under
have.
attack.
Bounty.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Aghanim Scepter is available for Serenata now. But the question is, what can they make happen with this? They're going to go for a smoke play, which won't be detected by the Chen creeps there. They do see Niche. Takizawa has no Blink Dagger. But Rare G does have this Ancient Seal. Unfortunately, their entire smoke is going to be revealed by Niche, who zapped in and zapped out. And still, VP, they're looking for a play. QT does have the Radiance up now. As Inner Circle, they'll just head on over inside of the pit. 423 does not have, well, does not have any big item, but at the end of the day, he still has those 25 Necromastery Souls, so 25 bonus damage coming for him. Naturally, he hits like a truck. They know a Roshan attempt is underway. Unfortunately, Janter is going to be tossed in. Ravage is held by Takizawa. It's a 1-for-1 so far. Niche, the silence is going to wear off as Lice goes in with that arena. Ravage does get sent out though, as Lice is stuck inside of his own arena. Very low on his HP, will be cleared up by Takizawa, and even though the Aegis, the Aegis has not been picked up, this could be massive for VP if they're able to take control of the pit as they have. No arena, no Requiem, Inner Circle don't have many options, and the Aegis might just be grabbed up. 423, he's inside of the invisibility, they don't know this, and he snatches the Aegis. Dust is going to come out, so 423 will lose his life for this play. But at the end of the day, VP, they might be able to continue. No, they're actually lost Serenata, and a great toss coming in by Daze actually cleans up the rest of their lineup. QT, again, borrowed time activated has ran out, and 423 just simply has too much damage. At the end of the day, QT, if he can find the kill on the Chen, this may be at least a bit of damage control, but that is all it is at the end of the day, with 423 ending up with a triple kill and an Aegis steal. That will mean Inner Circle hold on to their big, massive lead.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That Aegis steal, creating that Shadow Blade in the nick of time, and I'm sure that VP, when they saw the Shadow Fiend initially, inspected his items, did not see the Shadow Blade built up, so they did not plant down a sentry or have any reason to suspect that 423 would be able to come back in with a Shadow Blade and just steal the Aegis right from underneath VP. They'll even be able to pick up a Tormentor, as Sei has managed to grab up that upgraded Holy Persuasion and now can control Ancient Creeps. Say. Needs to be careful. Serenata will be able to land that hook on its mark, and the Chen, unfortunately, cannot actually escape. A good, decent pickup to be found. Not really enough to mitigate any of the lead that has been built up by Inner Circle. But in some ways, you know, things could be much worse for VP. Inner Circle could have a full Aegis on their hands, and they don't. But that's not, you know, it's not too far down the current scenario, the current state of the game, because it is, you know, a nightmarish scenario that VP have found themselves in. They do have a bit of a buffer because at the end of the day, they, you know, do have a game advantage. So even if they lose, it's going to go to that third game. As Niche jumps in, Janter should end up going down here. I really don't think he can go anywhere here. Spear is going to miss, but Janter is just going to end up with that, eating that rebuke from Lice as the Mars picks up yet another kill. Lice goes in, misses the spear, but Niche is there at the ready. Does have the vortex, uses it, but the shield is not even going to be used. The toss made it difficult for QT to discharge the shield, but even if he did, I doubt that the Skywrath mage would have been able to stay alive. They're able to get so many of these kills. 22 galvanized charges up for the Storm Spirit as he's going for that Shiva's Guard up next. Because the Storm went for the Guardian Greaves, there's no reason for Say to be going for that mechanism or Greaves himself. So he's actually going to be going for, I believe it's a Boots of Bearing. Or rather, I mean, he has yet to pick up any boots at all. Again, Janter died as soon as he respawned. He was able to take out an Observer Ward before he went down. So that's something. Oh, this is quite definitely something. Lights going down towards that bot lane. No Ravage having to be committed. Pretty big kill to be found. Again, it's all of these are just minor breakthroughs. That is considered to be a major breakthrough as 423 takes down the Pudge all by himself. 588 gold, around 1,000 experience, level 18 on this Shadow Fiend. Takizawa does have the Blink Dagger, and you are getting close to that level 2 Mystic Flare. It's a pretty significant upgrade, right? 800 to 1200 magical damage. So maybe with that level 2 Mystic Flare plus the Ravage and the Rot damage, you can take one hero out from the very get-go. Maybe you can even take down a core, because right now 423 does not have the BKB, but I don't think they can take the Shadow Fiend down before he hits that BKB timing. Janter is going to be grabbed up by that Storm Spirit. Nice saw him from a mile away, and he'll be able to take him down. Even find the D wards. The Observer wards are going to be pinged up by Janter. He'll realize that there was vision there the entire time. As these are a lot of BKBs being built up by Inner Circle. One for the Shadow Fiend, one for Lice. And once the BKBs are up, there's only one real way that VP can take a fight. It's if they find the initiation first. But then the requirement to actually get kills within that Ravage duration, the pressure just increases massively. Because if you can't get the kills, the BKBs will be activated, and then Inner Circle will just turn the fight around. It's Serenata who is going to get speared back. The teleports are going to come in. Janter has the disruption save. But the problem is there's no flash sheep. A nice ravage comes out in response by the Tidehunter, though unfortunately it hasn't done anything. VP will still end up losing the fight. QT's borrow time will be activated, but he's stuck inside of 5 heroes, and in the end, once that borrow time runs out, so too will his life. 423 ends up with an ultra kill, and these are just too many kills that the Shadow Fiend has now acquired. 36 Necromastery Souls, an additional 216 bonus damage, additional 4 Lasting Presence stacks. These towers fall way too quickly. And even though gone are the days where the armor reduction applies on these towers, it's still, the fact of the matter is there's just too much damage the Shadow Fiend is getting. He has 570 damage per hit. These barracks, they fall way too quickly. And no Ravage once you come online either. Really seems like the chair that VP are sitting on is losing its wheels slightly. This is more like the inner circle that I expected. Niche, okay, may have jinxed that up a bit, but Niche does manage to get away. Unfortunately, Days will not be so lucky. Will end up being cleaned up. "31 galvanized charges up for the Storm Spirit. Invisibility Rune being picked up by Rain. Ooh, that was, again. They see the Storm Spirit. Niche zaps up and actually manages to find a reward. He's holding on to that gem, so he gave vision to that Chen creep. As VP, they are inside a smoke of deceit. Again, for the Roche fight, this may be one of the last fights they have the appetite for, because if they get wiped here, they lose the Aegis, and that might just be the game. Takizawa? Serenata may have hooked Takizawa back, but they were still able to get the kill, and now Niche jumps in with that Shiva's Guard. Dismember on 423, but he has the BKB to activate and then has the Requiem to play with. Ravage has not found anything again, and still 423 is going on strong, and without taking down the Shadow Fiend, there's nothing that VP have any longer. At the end of the day, Janter is just going to call GG, as the state of the game is, or rather went past the point of no return. Inner Circle will even out this best of 3 and will take VP.Prodigy to a game number 3, as both of these two teams fight for tournament lives. The one who loses the next game is going to be eliminated, and the one who wins is going to proceed on further in the lower brackets. And of course, to find out who is going to be the one to make it on further, we will be heading off to a short break, but we will be back with the EPL Championship Season 1 right after a short break. they get to that point? That's what I'm wondering. Because I do think this is very much going to come down to the mid lane for VP, whether or not Serenada can actually snowball out of the mid lane position. Because the matchup favors him. He's playing a hero that will make the Blink Dagger as opposed to, Inner Circle's lineup that Niche is most likely going to be going for an Aghanim Scepter. So it's 4,200 gold versus 2,250 gold, and the Leshrac will be able to get to it much earlier. And once you have that Blink Dagger, you just constantly look for plays. Rare G with the kill shot. And it is 470 damage. So I was wrong. It's 370 at the level 3 mark, level 4 mark. 470 magical damage, coupled up with the initial burst of damage that the Leshrac brings out, means that Inner Circle, apart from the Abaddon and maybe the Beastmaster or the Tiny, and the other heroes can't survive. I don't think the Beastmaster can survive either, if I'm being honest, against what VP are planning. But that does depend upon whether or not VP are going to be feeling confident enough to be initiating the way that we saw in game number 1.
The battle begins.
Well, the battle was beginning, but Days needs some time to reconnect into the game, apparently. Days reconnects into the game. And the go call will be sounded out. 2 and 2 bounty runes, as was the case in the previous game, will be picked up from both sides, and no team will come out with that significant advantage. But you do have 3 heroes over on that top side. Janter and Rare G, with the Tusk and Wind Ranger. Maybe what they're looking for is that early game kill. Janter has the tag team. Days is inside of the trees, and VP don't actually see them. At the same time, Days doesn't see VP's heroes either. He will see them now as the rest of their lineup does move in. Days has the toss, but the power shot is going to slow Days down. The spirits from Lice are slowing Rare G as well. One more raise, but the fairy fire kicks in. Days stays alive. Rare G will be looking for that power shot, but actually managed to land it, but wasn't able to take Days out. The kill threshold does very much depend upon how much you channel your power shot. At the level 1 mark, it's 5% throughout, but the max execute threshold is all the way up to 12%. But you have to channel it all the way through, and if you channel it, then you may not be able to land it. That's the drawback. But over on this top side, Shadow Fiend plus the Tusk, this makes the tag team a powerful combo if you can find someone with the shards. Unfortunately for them though, Lice, as we saw, comes in with the fire spirits that slow down the attack speed, so it's not an easy kill anyway. And you also have Days, who's playing, again, the Tiny that he was in the previous game, or rather in game number 1. He's playing a very tanky hero, so it's difficult to actually take him down. Might be easier to take Lice down though. Tag team, one more hit should do the trick. The missed chance, it is going to be enough for Lice to stay alive, at least until he's the one that draws first blood. He will go down in the end, but it's Inner Circle who come out ahead with the 2 kills they were able to grab. Sure, Cutie, or rather no, it's a Shadow Fiend who actually loses out massively because he didn't even get the return kill. It was Janter who grabbed the return kill, so Cutie did not get much gold from that and got 0 experience. He got 46 gold. He would have gotten more if he just stayed and took it down 2 creeps. Definitely not the start of the game that you would want if you're VP. But for Inner Circle, that's going to be something that will make them really happy. Now, mid lane, Niche is able to hold his own, but that's only for right now. Pretty soon, Serenada will start to amp up his skills. He's actually not going for the edict. In fact, he didn't even go for the different facets. So he's playing split earth and lightning combo Leshrac. No edict taken so far. But one of the caveats to this facet is, sure, you don't have enough damage to take out heroes, but to hold that thought, Niche might just end up going down. One more lightning storm. Niche does plan an Ironwood Bronze. Serenada is looking for the kill and does see where Niche is going. One more lightning strike will be enough, and Serenada grabs up a solo kill. Similar to that game number 1 with him on the Pudge, he's able to dominate the mid lane still in game number 3. So despite of the fact that their top side may not be working out super well, it's the mid lane that's really different. It's the mid lane that perhaps they can come out ahead from in.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Lice, or rather it's Daze who threw out the toss for the snowball. He's able to dodge out the avalanche. Unfortunately, they do bring QT back into danger. He will be able to stay safe, but there are the fatal bonds on him. The Lotus will be able to give him some HP, and with the Tango, he should be able to survive. So a rotation by Inner Circles, say, does not work out the way that they had planned. But still, they do push QT back. Daze again looking for the toss in. Shadow Word planted down on towards that Shadow Fiend. Tusk is not taking him into the snowball quite just yet, but that just means that makes him an out-to-out target regardless. QT goes down as Janter activates the tag team, but really he's stuck in between of these 3 heroes, throws out the shards before going down, and once again Inner Circle rip apart VP's top side.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
QT is teleporting back into the lane. Tower has taken in significant damage. It's now just down to about half of its HP. Just barely above half. It's around 50.5% HP, I suppose. Serenada, he's really going to need to be the one to put his team on his back and carry them, at least for the early to mid game. Allow QT to recover on the Shadow Fiend, because it's not really working out super well for them so far.
Dire's
Split Earth, tag team, power shot, everything, throw guns being sent out, but Niche is able to survive with all of it. Daze, in fact, will be able to pick up yet another kill before going down. Janter will be traded out though, as VP, they've lost the 2. They might even lose the 3, because Stay was on the Wind Ranger's tail, ends up with a double kill. VP end up losing 3 of their heroes. All they really got from that was just a kill on that Tiny, and that's really not worth it. 859 gold going the way of Inner Circle. Sure, the Beastmaster Niche didn't get too much of that gold, but the exchange is what makes it worth it for Inner Circle. The experience gain there, because in that department, Beastmaster actually gained the majority of the experience there. 405, which is half of the experience required. So he got half of a level of an advantage.
Radiant are scanning.
7-minute Shrine of Wisdom play may not be working out for Inner Circle, because Serenada is just eyeing out how this Shrine of Wisdom play is going to turn up. 423 does make his way there, and with the borrowed time, it's enough to actually push Serenada back. Inner Circle end up with both Shrines of Wisdom, as Serenada may stay alive, but in the end, again, it's the experience that favors Inner Circle, and thus the macro objective was secured by them. 2,000 of a gold lead advantage. I would imagine it's a significant experience advantage. Plus 6 levels. 36% more experience than VP have at this point. And again, Rare G, you take a look at this Wind Ranger, he's level 3. In fact, Takizawa is not even level 6 for the Ravage. He's just going to fall before it. Sei is level 6 right now. That's the comparison. Janter is level 4, while the Warlock is level 6. The Phoenix, or rather, the Daze is also level 6. All the while, the Wind Ranger is level 3. Well, he's level 4 now, but not where he wants to be. Ideally, you want more experience so that you can get your power shot up as you go. Have plenty of damage in the early game so that you can grab yourself up with more kills. But they're not finding those objective wins. Janter once again trying to support the Shadow Fiend as well as he can. Lice will have a pretty early Shiva's Guard. In fact, Lice is at the very top of the network chart. Has the Veil of Discord built up already. Plus 10% magical damage. Or plus 10%... I'm not sure if it's magic resist. I'm not sure how to describe the damage. You just take 10% increased damage from spells. Let's just put it at that. Tier 1 tower. That's the big objective for Inner Circle.
Dire are scanning. Dire's top tower is under attack.
They're looking for their way in, but aren't able to find it. In fact, it was Janter who gave them the way in with those shards. Will just end up going down. Lights will be able to pick up the kill. And in the end, that will pave the way to take this tier 1 tower down as well. QT will have to go back. But Daze is just continuing to be a menace. They'll actually drop the Chaotic Offering on top of him. The Shadow Word also plays down, and QT is a goner. Things are really not working out for VP. Sure, they had a good start with Serenada. He's the one who has been having a good game so far.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But is unable to do much apart from that one kill we saw him get. After that, it has just been Inner Circle's show. Serenada, this will be the second kill he'll be able to get. Sei stays alive for a little while longer, but in the end, the dominating streak does go the way of VP. Lice does come in with the dive. Ravage comes out from Takizawa though. This time around, it's amazing. They'll actually be able to take out both Lice as well as Niche. Daze, who will be able to trade out with the Janter. It's still not enough. VP claw their way back into the game with Takizawa's tentacles. It's a good exchange to find, particularly because QT was the one who got all of that gold, 557. That was a 2500 experience swing, 1700 gold leaf swing. At the end of the day, they don't mitigate the experience advantage that Inner Circle had built up, but this at least keeps them in the running. Of course, it's not enough to stop the tier 1 tower from falling. That is something that is going to be a bit of a thorn. VP will struggle to take out these towers, particularly against the kind of response that can come in from Inner Circle. And one hero that we really haven't looked at is the fact that the mid lane hero from Inner Circle has been missing all game long. Niche is just deceptively farming away for his Aghanim Scepter. Towards the side though, Daze, again, looking for the entry. He does not have the Avalanche, does not have the toss, but has it now. But Serenada, he's inside of the trees, has the mechanism. Surprisingly, they're not playing for the damage Leshrac. They're just building up that Guardian Greaves Leshrac. Similar to Inner Circle, who were playing with a Storm Spirit, who made the Guardian Greaves in that game number 2. Lice. Snowball is there as well as the shackle, and that means it should be a kill, but Lice manages to dive away. Unfortunately, the projectile from Cutie will take him out. So again, pretty good kills they're able to find. Lice is around 1,000 gold or 840 gold away from his Shiva's guard. And once he has that,
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Cutie. Oh no, he already has too little HP to begin with. Will channel the Requiem as Daze never actually threw out any of his spells, but turns out they didn't need it because Cutie will end up going down regardless. Power shot is not going to land on anyone. As now, I'm not sure if that was intended, but they actually got more than what they were hoping for, because the Requiem is going to be on cooldown for about 100 seconds, and the Shadow Fiend died despite of having committed the Requiem, and they didn't get anything from it. So now they can play even more aggressive if they want to.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Janter. Janter's dead. Oh, toss being disabled by the neutral creep of Fallier. I've never actually seen that mechanism work out in that very particular way. In the end, they will be able to get the kill regardless. I think Janter was dead all along. 6,000 of a lead right now. Takizawa farming up for his pipe. Once you get to that pipe, you can mitigate a lot of that damage coming in from that Phoenix. And maybe a bit of that damage from that avalanche toss. Not all of it, but a bit of it. And maybe be able to fight back. Daze jumps in pretty far forward. Isn't going to be punished for it though. His observer ward will be taken out by Serenada, so they do grab a bit of experience, just a very tiny bit. 423 does have the Radiance. It was a very early timing for the Radiance that will enable him to propel his farm. And for the VP, the problematic thing is the fact that they can't even think about taking out the Abaddon right now. They have such bigger issues to actually deal with, such as the fact that Niche has the Aghanim Scepter. They haven't been able to do anything against him. In fact, all game long, it has just been Inner Circle leading the tempo. As the Phoenix Lice dives in, actually catches the 2, and there's no way to take out this egg. Janter is a confirmed kill, as Rare G will be able to teleport away. At the end of the day, though, anyone that gets spotted out is going to be a dead target.
Guys, watch me, watch me.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
A 5-man smoke coming out by VP certainly seems like they are itching for a fight. Their smoke is going to break. There is no egg, but it's Lice who manages to dive away. And now it's a pincer engagement. Takizawa has the mana for the Ravage now with the wand, unleashes the Ravage, but hasn't actually caught much. 423 has a borrowed time and can just stay alive. Shadow Fiend forced to teleport away, but has left his team in shambles. Takizawa, trying to juke around, does not have a Blink Dagger, so in the end, he will end up going down. Regardless, 423 with the shield will be safe. 3 heroes down now. Inner Circle coming in full circle. Serenada duking it out against the golem of all units. But unfortunately, that was a bait. They'll be able to take Serenada down. I can't believe he fell for that one. And with the skill on the Leshrac, they should be able to take apart or rip apart this tier 2 tower. The first one of the game going down in favor of Inner Circle. 18 minutes in, that doesn't bode too well for VP, as they're down now 11,000 gold. There's a full Aegis on the niche for 3 entire minutes. Even this Shadow Fiend is going to get caught out. 6 seconds for his teleport, but he will not even get to that timing. QT will end up going down. They've lost their mid laner. They've lost their carry. They're losing their towers. VP on the brink of extinction in EPL's first iteration of their championship series. $423. Niche going to go in. It's Leshrac who's just going to get obliterated. Takizawa will activate the pipe to try and keep himself alive at the very least. Throws out that banner and will just end up going down regardless. This is looking like it might just be all over because the chances for a comeback are so slim right now. I can't imagine VP even see any light at the end of their tunnel. Niche, he'll see QT, who does not have... Oh, he just has no Blink Dagger, no way to escape. He might not even be able to take out that egg. He'll just go down regardless. And even Daze found a Wind Ranger over on the side. Rare G is about to turn into a rare species as Daze takes him out. And they'll make their way towards their next tier 2 tower. Chances of a comeback? I have to say, whenever I've seen a game where there's a Shadow Fiend and you manage to suppress that Shadow Fiend, very rarely does the Shadow Fiend end up with a comeback. I don't think I've seen... I don't even think I've seen 5 games in the entirety of the time I've been playing Dota where a Shadow Fiend in that scenario has been able to mount up a comeback. I mean, it just seems so far away. They need 3... Or rather, they collectively might need 4 or 5 items on all of their, collectively on their team to be able to take anyone out. 423 has an entire Manta style as well as a Radiance. He has an entire Radiance up that Shadow Fiend. 5,000 of a difference here. Serenada just has a Guardian Greaves. Sure, that's a fair bit of gold. But he doesn't come in with any big source of damage. Say is going to break their smokes as Janter has a Blink Dagger. They'll be able to get this kill at the very least. The power shot, or rather the kill shot, will confirm the kill for Rare G. It's a good pickup, but again, does seem like it's too little. Does seem like they're getting breadcrumbs right now. They need bigger targets. They'll have their opportunity, but unfortunately, 423 is not the right target. Avalanche, or rather the toss back on towards Janter. 423's borrow time has been activated as Niche goes in with the roar on towards QT, who is going to end up falling. Takizawa holding on to his Ravage, but needs the BKB to wear away. Takizawa, he's still not going to be able to drop out his Ravage. Janter will even call GG as VP will recognize the fact that there is no coming back in this game. They will give the series win to Inner Circle as VP.Prodigy will be eliminated from the EPL Championship and Inner Circle will proceed on further. Oh man, pretty good series. This one did go to that game number 3, but Inner Circle coming in with more experience. That's where the comeback is better enabled. That's when, when you're down a game like they were, losing their first game to VP.Prodigy, Inner Circle, can go back to the drawing board, think about what went wrong, and come back all that much stronger. Teams with more experience are like Super Saiyans in that sense. As VP.Prodigy, they might have been eliminated, but at the end of the day, they're an academy squad. The whole point is to play and improve and get to that point where you can take wins off of bigger teams. I wish them the best of luck, and I hope to see them again in future iterations of EPL, whether it is the EPL Pro League or whether it's in future iterations of EPL Championship. Can't wait to see what VP.Prodigy has to offer. Can't wait to see Inner Circle again as well as they move on further. But of course, guys, we do have one more series for you guys. We're over at EPL. We don't stop at 1. We don't stop at 2. We bring in 3, 4 series every single day. It will be a bit of a while. Well, not exactly a while. It'll only be around 15 or 20 minutes before we head on towards the last and final best of 3 for today. It is going to be another lower bracket match. To make sure to stay tuned on in, maybe grab yourself a snack, some tea, but make sure to be back for EPL Championship as we resume into it in about 20 minutes. This is your host, Daltris, and I will see you all then. the gush can just be dispelled away with the Blade Fury. Anchor Smash as well. The Phantom's Embrace can stop Bottega from coming out with his spin, but at the end of the day, the Phantom's Embrace dies with about 2 hits, and Juggernaut is one of the faster attack rate heroes in the game. So there really shouldn't be too much that Bottega... Not too many obstacles in the way of Bottega. Sportic versus Mirel over on those mid lane Spirit heroes. Once again, going back at it. I remember in the previous patch, this was a staple of the patch, right? The Spirit versus Spirit, and in games where you didn't have the Spirit, it was either a Puck or a Cop. Gone are the days of the Pangolier mid, and in brief moments you had the Primal Beast. You even had the Mars and the Centaur running around the mid lane for some reason. I remember this was I think this was in Blast Slam 5. But now teams are back to the Spirit picks and the more stable mid lane heroes. This is again a skill-based matchup. It really just depends on who plays the better game. As both of these two Spirits, they acquire maneuverability when they hit their level 6 mark, but not before it. Infernal plus Problems, Batrider plus the Omni Knight. And this is a pretty powerful lane from Yellow Submarine. I think you can possibly take Fishman out if you find him in an awkward spot. Fishman does not have the movement speed, is one of the slower heroes in the game. 285 movement speed up for this Ancient Apparition means that if you get brought in by that flame break from the Batrider, then the Firefly coupled up with Infernal running you down with that Hammer of Purity means that Fishman is going to die. Shigetsu may have the Shackle, but I'm not sure if that's going to provide the stoppage necessary to be able to prevent Fishman from going down if he gets caught. So it does seem like at least in one of these lanes, Yellow Submarine will be looking for a kill. Infernal does have quite a bit of heal. A lot of damage from that Hammer of Purity, if I'm being honest. Doesn't get disabled by Silence. So the Phantom's Embrace in this game is not going to stop the Hammer of Purity from coming out. That's good to know, I suppose. Flame Break does get sent out, but it only catches Shigetsu, who has the Wind Run. Wind Ranger is really an impossible target. I think both carries in this game, at least as far as the laning phase goes, are impossible targets to be able to take down. So far, Lost hits pretty much dead even from both sides, with Meow slightly ahead of the Yellow Submarine's offlane hero. Aloha Dance activates that Inkswell, but might just end up going down because the Blade Fury is going to run past the Inkswell's duration. It's going to be the Ringmaster to grab up that first blood, as HTRD is going to be pretty happy with that. Can get his boots of speed, and even Meow is going to be zoned all the way back. No more daggers up, but HTRD has done a phenomenal job at actually zoning out this Tidehunter. And Aloha Dance is going to teleport back into the slate. Oh man, the healing salve actually got disabled too. Surprising that Meow in daylight was just standing in front of the Ringmaster, and despite of that was not able to dodge it out. In fact, Bottega's going to go for the spin on forward. Meow's a goner. A great set of kills being found by Yellow Submarine. They can't take down a full HP Tidehunter, but by slowly chipping away at his HP pool, were able to bring him down in the end. Bottega, despite of not being at the top of the, I mean, he is at the top of the lost hits actually. He now has a kill and an assist. This might be an early Battle Fury if he's able to continue with the momentum that he's building up. Meanwhile, Sportic is also behind Mirel in terms of lost hits.
That'll take the wind from their sails.
Shackle not really going to land, as Shigetsu needs to be pretty careful. He may have the Wind Run, but he can't take in too much damage.
Mission's taken
Because at the end of the day, you never know when the rotation is going to come in from the Ringmaster, from the gate. So you want to be careful. Not to mention the Watcher is in control of Yellow Submarine. So you won't be able to see a support moving in if you're not careful. Miral does get stuck, Searing chained up, but the support comes in from HTRD, and in fact it's the Ember Spirit who has to run back. One more dagger may have been enough, but the catapult actually ended up soaking that dagger. Ember stays alive, but the same can't be said for Fishman as he goes down towards that top lane. Infernal able to pick up the kill, and right now it's 3-0 on that scoreboard. Yellow Submarine doing pretty well for themselves. Meow, or rather I'll have to hold that thought, as the mid lane does seem to have quite a bit of force here. 3 heroes on both sides over on this mid lane, and despite that regen rune spawning, I'm sure Sporting would have loved to grab up that rune, but he can't get to it. And with the regen rune kicking in for Miral, this is going to turn into a disaster for Aloha Dance. Miral, there's nothing stopping him right now from just zapping on forward. Fishman is going to be a guaranteed kill. And even Aloha Dance needs to be careful because the regen rune is still up for Miral. He's going to turn it around with a remnant, and Aloha Dance is not going to be able to calculate for this. Miral ends up with a double kill.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's structures
802 gold for Yellow Submarine. It's 427 for the Storm Spirit alone, but more than that, it's the galvanized charges that will really propel Miral off to a great start. 7-minute Shrine of Wisdom, Bottega will not end up going for it. So at least this objective will be secured by the side of Aloha Dance. Or rather, no, Bottega does seem to want to go for it. He'll be able to stop the Shrine of Wisdom from being acquired. No, Aloha Dance was able to grab it up, and now the spin comes out. Teleport away, though, will be possible for Bottega. It's all the way back to the fountain. Surprising he didn't teleport back to the tier 1. Oh, rather, no, that was a great play by him because HTRD teleported to his tower. So that teleport to the tower may have actually been a death sentence for Bottega. So kudos to him for recognizing, having the spatial awareness to not teleport to the tower and instead go back to the fountain.
I've been wanting this.
Sportic going for that vessel. It's currently 6-0 on the kill feed. And right now, Aloha Dance, or rather Aloha Squad, have not been able to acquire a single kill. And this is, you know, right now it's not hurting them as much, but this is a bit of a problem. Sportic will be able to find the Observer Ward denied, so he'll be able to grab up 135 gold. The return on investment for a Sentry Ward is 2.5 times what you get for it if you're able to find a deny. You know, and in a lot of these scenarios, these pro players, they can tell from minor clues where an Observer Ward is. Miral level 9, a full 2 levels ahead of that Ember Spirit, is again going for the Greaves. We saw this in the previous series too. That this seems to be the Storm Spirit build of this current patch, where more and more Storm Spirits are going for the items like the Guardian Greaves and such. Focus Fire comes out on towards Infernal. This could be a potential first kill happening for Aloha Squad. However, the Cavalry arrives for Yellow Submarine. Lasso is not going to come out thanks to that Phantom's Embrace coming out from the Batrider, or rather from the Grimstroke. Aloha Dance mitigating
Dire's middle tower
the counter-offensive there by Yellow Submarine. As unfortunately for Aloha Squad, Mirel got the rune. Ember Spirit getting the short end of the random rune spawn.
Dire's top tower is
Tier 1 tower under siege right now, and Aloha Squad, they're not bringing in anyone. So it does seem like they're going to abandon this tier 1 tower. In fact, Problems is just going to teleport towards that mid side. Mirel able to grab the tower up. The first tower of the game going in favor of Yellow Submarine, as it does seem like across the map, all of these objectives, big or otherwise, are going in the hands of Yellow Submarine. And Aloha Squad really need to do something about this. They need to at least get something in exchange for everything happening here. Does seem like that big target is the Juggernaut. Bottega will end up going down. The response does come in from Yellow Submarine with Mirel jumping in with the zap. Wheel of Wonder will clear out Aloha Dance, but that might just be all they're able to get. Meow is too tanky of a target. Ember Spirit has the Flame Guard. But still, it's a huge kill being acquired by Aloha Squad. They get the kill on the Ember Spirit, or rather they get the kill on the Juggernaut by the Ember Spirit. 301 gold going for him, around 232 experience. There was a 4,000 lead, now it's down to a 3,000 lead. All in all, they keep themselves going, add some more fuel to their tank, but they need to build up some tempo. That situation has not changed for them. Oh, Shigetsu, the flame break was perfect. Problem is looking for the lasso. Is not going to dish it out. In fact, Infernal,
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
may need to be a bit careful. Problem is does have the purification heal coming in, but it's going to be held in, frozen by Fishman's Ice, and Sportic will be able to grab up the kill. Good returns being found by them. Mirel wants to break through this tower. He has the Guardian Greaves, so one of the things about this Guardian Greaves in this game in particular is that the Searing Chains, they can essentially be dispelled away by the Guardian Greaves, right? It does give you a basic dispel. Oh no. Meow ends up eating that Omni, or rather no, it wasn't even an Omni Slash, it was just a Blade Fury. Just the one spin from Bottega, coupled up with the Ringmaster, was enough to take out the Tidehunter. That's not the way you want to go down. If you're dying, you may at least force the other side to use their big ability to do it. Zap in from Mirel. I doubt they'll be able to take Sportic down, as he does find the Remnant out.
Radiant are scanning.
Mirel with the amplified damage, 9 galvanized charges, looking for something.
Radiant's bottom
There isn't anything to be found here, as Shigetsu is playing this very careful. He wants to just continue farming up on the Wind Ranger, and eventually, once you get the critical mass, start to go for some kills. Infernal is going for the Blade Mill first before he goes for, well, maybe some additional utility. Not really sure if he's going to be going for that. Echo Saber is still in play. we saw in the previous game or in the previous series where you had an Omni Knight carry that went for the Radiance.
Radiant are scanning.
Mirel's now all the way towards his bot lane. Radiant scan does catch out Meow. But they are being pincered. There's 4 heroes from Aloha squad here. Sportic leading the charge. They see Mirel, but he zaps away before getting hit by the Searing Chains. And now Mirel, knowing that the Ember is there, knowing that the 2 supports are there, they're just going to go back. They're going to abandon this tower in favor of potentially taking the mid lane tower. So at the end of the day, it is going to be a trade. Although
Tower is under attack.
Aloha squad do take out the tower much earlier, so now maybe they can go in towards that mid lane for a defense. It's a lasso though coming in by problems. A hypnotize on the Ember Spirit. Sportic is gonna end up falling. Aloha Dance is going to be the second target, with Mirel even zapping in to join the fray. And in the end, they still manage to lose their tier 1 tower.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Mirel sees Fishman, should be able to take Fishman out, goes back in for the zap. Ice Blast does get sent out there, but in the end, Mirel will be able to grab up that kill. It's Sportic as well as Aloha Dance looking for something here. They plant down an Observer Ward, but still do not feel comfortable enough to go in on the Storm, not with the rest of his team right beside him. Mirel, Tidehunter is a very difficult target to go in on, and they realize this. $18-minute Shrine of, or rather 18-minute Power Room. Mirel though, he doesn't care about that. He wants to zap way too far forward. Phantom's Embrace is going to get dispelled away as well as a Ravage gets sent out, but Aloha squad have lost both of their supports. The escape pack coming in from Infernal is going to keep Mirel going. As the power shot, or rather focus fire, is planted down on the wrong target. Shigetsu has to get back because of that blade mail as Meow has gone down. It's now just Sportic against the 5 as he's going to teleport away. Oh no, that whiplash coming in from the Ringmaster. HDRD absolutely perfect with it, and we'll be able to cancel the teleport. A 4-for-0 exchange as Aloha squad will lose 500 gold for it, and Yellow Submarine gain around 1700. 3500 experience for Yellow Submarine, and now they're off to a 9000 advantage. Things are snowballing out of control with Mirel in possession of 15 galvanized charges. It doesn't even seem like this Guardian Grease build disabled his farming capacity because he has the Witchblade. He'll have the Kaya in a few minutes now. Continuing to farm up like an absolute beast. They see Meow. He's difficult to go on because he can't just dispel away the Witchblade, as well as Vortex, but seems like they will still go in on him. They have a lot of burst damage coming in, and Mirel has plenty of mana remaining to be able to secure the kill on Meow, who did go for the Dead in the Water shard upgrade, so he has that to stop the Storm from zapping in and out, but can't be used defensively. Dead in the Water is one of those abilities that almost exclusively only works if you're playing aggressive. Tormentor is going to spawn, and without their Tidehunter, in fact, even if he was up, they don't have a Ravage, so there's really no way to contest the Tormentor. Ice Blast though? I think Problems might just end up going down. Yeah. Oh man, a Tormentor actually cleaned up the kill on Problems, so they do buy a bit of time. Healing Ward is also going to tick out, so I'm not sure if Yellow Submarine still have the numbers and still have the sustain available to be able to secure the Tormentor. Very nicely done by Fishman. Even though it's a very, you know, a basic play, but sometimes it's the basic plays that are able to outplay the opponents. And now, having healed up, they go at it once more. Should be able to take apart the Tormentor now. They have enough damage. HTRD grabs up the shard, and you can take a look at exactly how much value Fishman was able to get with that little Ice Blast play. 20-minute Tormentor spawn, it took them 21 minutes, and it took them 1 minute and 13 seconds to be able to secure the Tormentor, and they also lost their it also lost HTRD.
A tool to teach.
Oh, Problems. He found the lasso, has the Blink Dagger available, and Portic unfortunately did not have a chance. A huge kill being found by them as Yellow Submarine, they're playing this in a pretty calculated manner, able to take out several heroes from Aloha squad.
Radiant are scanning.
Stupendous.
Meow. Did he just get stuck here? I think he is. He'll be forced to teleport away, but the Vortex is actually going to cancel his teleport. I'm not sure if Mirel wants to continue to go in for the kill here. He's just wasting mana at this point.
Tower is under attack.
But interesting place to get stuck. I believe he was over here, right behind the tree. See new things every day in Dota. Shigetsu has been farming away. This is the big X factor. Because if Shigetsu is able to pop off with that Mjolnir that he now has up and the Dragonlance, I think they might be able to make something happen. But I think he'll need a BKB. I'm not sure if he can survive without the BKB, and I wonder which of them is going to go for that Nullifier, because you might need a Nullifier against the Guardian Angel.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
A concentration of Aloha Squad's heroes inside of the Radiant jungle.
Scanning.
His problems. Will spot out Meow. Goes in for the zap. No, in fact, Mirel will actually catch out everyone. But now he has no more mana. He got shackled to the tree and will end up going down. This is perfect coming in from Aloha Squad. They keep Fishman alive. They even take down HTRD. And the gush found on that Omni Knight Infernal does not have the repel, shackled down by Shigetsu. And Aloha Squad find their big break.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
They'll be able to rip apart this tier 1 tower as well.
Middle tower has fallen. Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And now head inside of that Roche Pit as their big prize. I'm afraid that Mirel was playing that a bit too aggressive. Zapping in to buy vision, but then there was no follow-up incoming. No lasso, no Omni Slash, just nothing. Problems, who was looking for the Aegis snipe, will not be able to acquire it. It is going to be Shigetsu, who now has the Aegis in his hands, will be able to make that Hurricane Pike pretty soon. Or rather, no, he's selling his items, so not sure, but he may be going for some different item. Maybe a Chrysalis? Or maybe a Blink Dagger? Who knows what he's going for? Maybe he's thinking with this Aegis, he has that additional survivability, so he doesn't need to go for the Pike. All the meanwhile, Bottega is also farming up, is not going for that Disperser. Disperser is, I think, the best item against the Wind Ranger early on. It's even better than a Nullifier, just dispel away the Wind Run. And it takes the Wind Ranger all the way to get to up to level 25 to be able to have something against the Nullifier or the Disperser. Because I say the Disperser because it is changed now. Disperser now applies a Dispel on the target as well as yourself. Fishman lassoed up. 3 hits from Bottega. Enough to take down that ancient apparition. I think they saw Infernal there. Focus Fire does get used by Shigetsu. The only question is, Yellow Submarine know that if the other side is down 1 hero, but despite of that fact, they're not bringing in anyone to actually defend. They're going to give up a tier 2 tower.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Ringmaster is going to teleport back. Shigetsu did go for the Hurricane Pike and now is going to go for that Chrysalis. Tormentor isn't spawned quite just yet, but I think it's actually a gauge play.
Top tower is under attack.
Shigetsu hunting, and I think Yellow Submarine are avoiding the fight for as long as possible, at least for the next 2 minutes.
Is under attack. Radiant's top tower
The idea might be that they don't want to fight while the Aegis is up, and once the Aegis goes away, that's when they go in. Storm Spirit Focus Fire down, but instead just zaps away and picks up a regeneration rune. So the Focus Fire, once again, on cooldown for, oh, okay, only about 30 seconds, but that's 30 seconds away from the Aegis. That's what you always have to consider. Even a low cooldown takes away the Aegis timer, because you're not going to be looking for a fight. At the same time, it's not really, you know, Yellow Submarine are going to be avoiding you anyway. HTRD is being eyed upon.
Easy breezy.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Tier 1 tower is going to go out.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Wheel of Wonder does get sent out. It actually catches Aloha Dance. No real follow-up coming in though. In fact, it's actually Meow who sees that opportunity and is able to drop the anchor on top of HTRD. But Mirel is able to take out Aloha Dance from the side there, and has a regeneration rune to be able to replenish his mana. Shigetsu is only has about 30 seconds left on his Aegis. As the glyph comes out, I think they're going to defend this tower. I don't think they're going to let it go for nothing.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As I say that though, Shigetsu is also showing signs of not really going anywhere, and now with the remainder of his Focus Fire will be able to bring this tower down low enough. As Yellow Submarine, they don't come in for an initiation. Mirel is again just farming up for perhaps his BKB. Bottega has the MKB now, so there's one way to play against the Wind Ranger, right? You can either dispel the Wind Run or you can create the MKB that just goes through the evasion anyway.
Radiant are scanning.
Oh, Ancient Apparition. Fishman got revealed. Problems is going to go in for the lasso, unfortunately. Meow is there. The BKB comes out from the Batrider though, so that means the Ravage is not going to be of any use. Bottega running away with that, with the help of that Solar Crest. Sporting is able to make quick work of Problems, and now the Ravage comes out. Wheel of Wonder though, it will buy Bottega some amount of space, and the Omni Slash goes out on towards the Wind Ranger. It's a full duration Omni Slash, and Shigetsu is going to melt. Sporting now in trouble because there is no more follow-up to their fight. They have ran out of juice with their Wind Ranger, and Sporting is going to be brought down to his knees. And the only one remaining in this massacre is that Tidehunter, and even Meow's teleport is going to be disabled. Mirel is going to zap back in, and Yellow Submarine will wipe out the other side. Aloha Squad did not expect that full duration Omni Slash.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
3,500 gold leads swing, 10,000 experience. 3,500 for that Juggernaut. I believe he's level 22 right now. This is not good for Aloha Squad. They built up, they put in some very heavy amount of work to mount up the comeback after that disaster of a start. But this last fight, I feel like it puts them right back at square one. Sure, you do have the Daedalus being queued up by the Wind Ranger, but Mirel? Oh, that's a easy enough kill to find. No Ghost Scepter on these heroes, no Glimmer Cape available on these heroes either. Means that they're very vulnerable targets. Ice Blast is unfortunately not going to catch anyone. He threw it out from this position. If he was over here, perhaps they would have actually caught those heroes, but I doubt they would have died either. Lasso to grab up a Sportic. Wheel of Wonder is there as well, and the Hypnotize may be enough to take out the Ember Spirit. It is. Sportic ends up going down. A huge kill to go the way of Yellow Submarine. And things are slowly turning from bad to worse for Aloha Squad. Sportic was even close to his Aghanim Scepter. Only needed about, I believe his death cost is 371, so he actually would have had enough gold for the Aghanim Scepter if he didn't go down. Bottega? In a bit of trouble, but dishes out the Omnislash. Shigetsu very low on his HP, but now it's going to be grabbed up by the Storm Spirit. One more swipe from the Juggernaut is going to be enough, but no, Mirel is able to take out the Wind Ranger. And now, once again, I feel like this is a story that just repeats itself. Meow, the only one remaining, alone to fend for himself, is not going to be able to do a single thing. Aloha Squad will once again be wiped out. Sure, the Grimstroke is alive, but it's... You know, that one fight where Aloha Squad did come out ahead in was quite literally the only fight they came out ahead in. At the end of the day, they only have about 7 kills. They've only taken out Bottega once. They've only taken Mirel out once. Even Infernal has only died once. So the cores of Yellow Submarine have only really gone down once. It's Problems who's died thrice, and it's HTRD who's died twice. That's really not good enough. Healing Ward plotted down by Bottega. As the glyph does come out, it does mean that Bottega will end up going back, and now he has a disperser too, so he can use the dispel against the Wind Ranger. Flame Guard is dispellable as well, so a lot of spells, rather a lot of abilities to just be taken away. A lot of big survival abilities. Flame Guard to soak up magical damage. Shigetsu's Wind Run to quite literally dodge hits.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Bottega, he is visible, but he managed to find the Blade Fury before Aloha Squad can initiate. The Ravage, though, it is a great one, and they will actually burst Bottega down. The response comes in from Yellow Submarine as they go in. Infernal activates the BKB. Shigetsu, very low on his HP, will end up going down too. Merel ends up with a triple kill as Sportic jumps forward with his remnants, trying to catch someone out. Has the Searing Chases disable that teleport as Mirel is in a world of trouble. So should end up going down towards the Ember Spirit, as in the end it is also Sportic to end up with a triple kill. In fact, it may just end up being an Ultra because the Ringmaster can't go anywhere. Mirel's godlike streak actually gets picked up by the Ember. All in all, not too shabby of a fight. As the Ember, he quite literally got 2,500 gold at the back of that fight. Bottega got just crushed at the very start of that fight. 8,500 damage. I didn't even know the Ember Spirit has the capacity to dish out that much damage, if I'm being honest. But clearly, I'm mistaken. Infernal has the Blade Mail, has the Repel as well, but now does get silenced, but the BKB will keep him alive. Is not using the Repel though, surprisingly. He received a Disperser from Bottega. Fishman does go down, but at the cost of their Omni Knight. Not too sure if that is worth it. The Repel also gives you base strength, so I suppose that might be why he wasn't using it. With the Ancient Apparitions Ice Blast debuff on him, that base strength increase may as well have ticked him out anyway. So that's why he used the BKB. But that will give a big opening to Aloha Squad. They want to go inside of that Roche Pit. They're able to play up against a massive lead, which is very impressive. And the Ember Spirit now has an entire Scythe of Weiss, so this could potentially be an item that turns things completely, turns the tide of the game in their favor. Very close to his level 25 too, so we'll have that minus 12-second Remnant restore time, or maybe even goes for the Sleight of Fist charges. Who really knows? I think both of them are pretty good talents to take.
Scanning. Radiant's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mirel with the Parasma on the Storm. Does have a fair bit of damage, but I would have actually expected a Shiva's Guard to be coming out from Yellow Submarine just for the slows, just for the debuffs. increased magical damage from the Batrider would also, or rather from the Batrider would have been pretty good too. But right now, Yellow Submarine, they may not see this move coming. It is the side of Aloha squad who are inside of Yellow Submarine's jungle, hunting for Bottega, who are all going to teleport away. The scan actually catches them inside of their jungle, so great scan coming out. They also have an observer ward planted towards that triangle. HTRD needs to be careful if he wants to go in for the D ward. I'm not sure if they have spotted out the Scythe of Vice. They should have. I mean, there's been plenty of time before. It's been plenty of time that the Ember Spirit has that item.
Easy breezy.
Oh, Lasso. Wheel of Wonder as well, and they'll be able to burst Sportic down. And without the Ember, surely there's no way Aloha squad decide to take a fight. Again, these initiations from Yellow Submarine have been so quick that there's really nothing you can do about this. You can try to come in with a Ravage, but that's assuming Meow is in position. Even the Tidehunter has a Scythe of Vice of his own. So they're actually playing with 2 full hexes. Ember Spirit has the Remnant planted down, so he can, or rather he has no buyback. And that, it's surprising how, or rather why Aloha squad are going in for a fight, despite of not having their Ember Spirit. Maybe they can burst Immersion down. They manage to do so. Bottega though jumps in and decides to teleport away, but in fact will be bursted down. Did not have that Omni Slash, and this is the opening, the perfect opening Aloha squad needed to be able to poke at that high ground. Despite of being 25,000 net worth behind, somehow, someway, they are the first team between both of these two sides to make a play towards the tier 3s. The first to break through a tier 3 tower. And now the melee barracks, it's in trouble. There's no way that Yellow Submarine commit to a buyback on their carry just for a barracks.
Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
And with the melee barrack, or rather with the full set of barracks being cleared up, this
Are scanning.
honestly could be anyone's game. Yellow Submarine, despite of being able to get some pickoffs, and in fact they got the pickoff on the most important hero in the game for Aloha squad, they're still, it's still not convincing, right? The way that Aloha squad are able to take these fights is perhaps more convincing than how Yellow Submarine take a fight. Tormentor is up, as it will most likely end up being the Wind Ranger to get that shard. Everyone else, or rather, okay, Grimstroke didn't have a shard, but the Wind Ranger managed to get it anyway. Aloha Dance does have the Dark Portrait though. But unfortunately, he gets spotted out, so will end up going down. However, it is Sportic who will go in though. Dodges around the daggers, has the Hex to disable Problem Teleport, so it will be a 1-for-1. But is Sportic done? Because he does see HTRD who has the repel coming in. Ice Blast does get sent out. It will catch HTRD, and the Remnant, Sportic goes in forward. But does Remnant back anyway. And I wonder, Shigetsu, it does seem like they want to poke at this high ground. Meow with the Hex. at that front line is... Well, oh no, rather, Mirel, he jumps in for that initiation. Shigetsu this time around, he's the one that's going to melt. Bottega slicing him down to 1,000 pieces as Fishman has gone down too. So this game is very much devolving down to just who is able to get the jump, who is able to burst someone down, as both sides do come in with that burst damage potential. Wind Ranger down for about 60 seconds. Roshan isn't online, so I wonder what the strategy here is for Yellow Submarine. Do they want to go in for a fight? Mirel has the level 25, or rather has had it for quite some time. Needs the Scepter. Once you get to that Scepter, the Overlord bounces plus the Storm Spirit's Shard. He's gonna buy out. No buyback available for the Storm. But this Vortex and this Overload, it might just wreck the entire team of Aloha squad if they get caught in with that Vortex. Roshan is going to respawn in about 30 seconds. As that will be the big prize for both of these two sides. Problems? Looking for the lasso. Unfortunately, Aloha squad did jump away before they could lasso. Observer ward will be cleared up, so Aloha squad, if they want to go in for a play, they'll have to do so without any kind of vision. Now, they do have a gem for Sportic, so perhaps they can find the D ward.
Dire are scanning. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is falling.
Hex instantly being dispelled away. The Blade Fury applies a Dispel when you cast it, and also applies a Dispel at the end of the spin. And the Dispel at the end of the spin is a strong Dispel, so quite literally there's nothing that can be used against this Blade Fury spin. Roshan has respawned. And the 10,000 lead at the 48-minute mark does not mean a single thing. It all just comes down to who gets the jump, who is able to dice who.
Radiant are scanning.
Meow. He is in first. He has a double ravage. He has a refresher orb available. It's actually going to be a double lasso being committed, and Omni Slash goes in as Sportic is in real danger. He is able to remnant away. Meow still holding on to that second ravage. Infernal has the BKB. Now the ravage gets dished out. Bottega will end up melting away. Buybacks coming out from both supports over on both sides, but Infernal is in trouble. He will end up going down in the end.
Radiant's top tower is falling.
As Roshan once again will be the big prize. It is a third Roshan in the game, so it comes with that refresher, it comes with the cheese and the banner.
Roshan has fallen to the dark.
Mirel able to zap back.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
At the same time, it's the banner that's been placed down. Yellow, or rather, Yellow Submarines.
Radiant's top
They have to form up a miraculous defense. At the end of the day, they do have the buyback on the Juggernaut, but he's going to respawn in about 20 seconds. The lead, though, it's in the hands of Aloha Squad, where at once upon a time, they were 25,000 net worth behind. Now, they're in possession
are scanning.
of a pretty good lead.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yellow Submarine forced to hug their fountain. And still, with an entire Aegis up for Shigetsu, 4 minutes of it, they should have no problems being able to acquire Mecha Creeps. Ember Spirit holding on to that refresher shard, so it's not just a refresh on his remnants. It's also the fact that he has a double Hex, a double Lincolns. Despite of the entire state of the game, you have to remember, and this is the second time I'm bringing this point up, Aloha Squad only have 19 kills. Despite of them having this advantage, despite of the fact that anyone who tunes into the stream now looks at this game and is like, Aloha Squad are probably going to win this. But they've managed to do so. They managed to put themselves in this position despite of not having too many kills in their hands. And Mirel with this Overlord Scepter build, I mean, sure, normally in a situation, it is the end-all, be-all. I'd have to hold that thought as it's Aloha Dance, who is here to support Meow. The Ravage gets thrown out, but the BKB comes out from Mirel. Towards that backline, though, it is Sportic holding the 3 of Yellow Submarine at bay. It's the Grimstroke who is going to end up going down. Teleport away from Mirel is not going to be possible because of the refreshes from Sportic. Chain down, hexed up, and will eventually end up going down, but does manage to fight back a little bit before dropping to his knees. Bottega was able to take out Fishman, though, as Aloha Squad have lost both of their supports. The only question is Aloha Dance, or rather Aloha Squad, going to proceed on further? Because the Aegis is going to veer away by the time the Grimstroke comes back into this game.
tower is under attack.
Problems? He goes in for the grab. Meow does not have the Ravage. It's a buyback from Mirel, as that will mean potentially they will be able to win this fight. Shigetsu respawns with the wind run, and the BKB should be able to find the teleport away. And there's nothing that Yellow Submarine can do about that. But they do take out both Sportic as well as the Tidehunter. So they do manage to hold on to their, well, small grasp over this game.
Radiant are scanning.
Yellow Submarine Now back with the lead. It's barely a lead. At this point, 1,000 gold lead advantage doesn't really do anything.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Shigetsu is back in it too. Both of these two teams, they do seem pretty evenly matched, as Mirel is going for that Scythe of Vice himself. Not really a bad option. I would imagine that Problem should go for a Scythe of Vice too. Maybe everyone from Yellow Submarine should be going for a Scythe of Vice.
Dire are scanning.
Mirel? Ooh, that would have been really hairy. Teleporting in between of 5 heroes, that would have been a bit of a surprise for him. Bottega does need to be careful. Spends away in the nick of time.
Radiant's middle tower is under
And again, I think the play now from both of these two sides is just going to be waiting for the 60-minute neutral items. I think the power spikes you gain from that is going to be significant. But I think it will favor Aloha squad. Moss teleports coming in. Shigetsu going to make a play, but the remnants do wear away, and Mirel is able to dodge away the shackle thanks to his Lincoln Sphere, and does just zap away. And he has the 450 distance auto remnant in Ball Lightning, so this Storm Sphere is quite literally matched out at this point. Oh no, Ember Spirit got caught in. Sportic is going to end up falling. Down for about 90 seconds, has the buyback, so it's not too significant. Bottega, in the meanwhile, has gotten his buyback off of cooldown. There's no point in taking the Tormentor. Honestly, there's quite literally no point in taking the Tormentor. Everyone from the Radiant side also, or rather, no. Yellow Submarine, they have yet to build up the Shard on their Batrider and their Juggernaut. And in fact, Aloha Dance never had the Shard either. It's a decent upgrade to his Inkswell. It actually grants him the basic Dispel as well. It dispels the allied unit when it gets cast, not when it ends. So this is actually a pretty useful spell to upgrade to have. Oh no, Mirel activates the BKB, throws out that Vortex, but in the end, he will just go for the zap back. He has a regeneration rune. So things are not... This fight might not be over so quick. No, it is. It very much is. They just go back.
Over here now. I'm over here. Where's the body?
Shigetsu. Maybe looking for an opening, but it's actually Problems who's going to be able to grab up Shigetsu. Bottega is looking for the Omni Slash, but can't find the right target. Gets hit by the Ice Blast. Has to go in for the Blade Fury, but is losing too much of his life. Is going to end up falling, as now Sportic is going to go on forward. Sees the Ringmaster. Shackle, or rather Searing Chains, is going to disable HTRD's teleport away, as HTRD is going to end up going down. Despite this juke around, they do see him. He is going to buy a bit of space. But in the end, it's not going to be enough. Roshan is back up, and once again, Aloha squad are going to be rewarded with an Aegis, which comes with the short. Fishman is going to pick up 4 bounty runes. That's 500 gold each per bounty rune. So that's 2,000 gold that they just got.
Double damage.
Still, at this point, everyone is holding on to so much of their gold. You take a look at Fishman, he has 6,000 gold at his disposal. Aloha Dance has around 3,000. This is one of those rare occasions where trickle-down wealth actually gets demonstrated, where even the supports have 3 or 4 slots of late game items built up.
Radiant's middle tower is under
2 banners placed down for maximum impact, for added effect. But they do work. You have to take both banners out, or the creeps will still be protected. Although the banner on the back end is not going to protect them as much. Still, though, it is going to be enough to secure mega creeps. So one objective, one of the final blows, has been dealt to Yellow Submarine, and the only question now is how well of a Defense of the Ancients game can they truly play. Stygian Desolator up for the Ember Spirit with the Timeless Enchantment. Ancient Apparition still yet to make his tier 5 neutral. Meteor Hammer for the Tide Hunter. Surprising no Divine Regalia for Shigetsu. And again, you can re-roll the neutral items, so no reason for him not to go for it. Book of the Dead to come out from the Batrider. Minotaur Horn is a pretty good one for the Storm Spirit. He also has the Boundless Enchantment. Don't think his cost range is affected by the enchantment itself. Or rather, it is. It actually is. Wow, that is interesting.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Shigetsu. He goes in. Bottega stunned up right now and will end up going down immediately. Has to go for the buyback. Meanwhile, Problems goes in for a 2-man lasso. Is able to grab at the Wind Ranger, but he has the second life. Yellow Submarine holding on to dear life right now as Bottega. He might just end up faced with a dieback. He is able to teleport away in the nick of time as both sides are going to be going all in. Even the Ember Spirit buys back. It's actually everyone who has a buyback going for it. Both teams now back to a 5v5. Sportic.
Radiant's ancient is under.
I can't even keep track. I have to look at who actually bought back into it. And as it turns out, it's easier for me to tell you who didn't buy back. Only the Storm Spirit, the Omni Knight, as well as Shigetsu. Only those 3 heroes did not buy back. But everyone else has. And that means this is truly anyone's game. Because all it really takes at this point of the game is for one fell push. Yellow Submarine, if they're able to somehow, some way wipe out Aloha squad, they should be able to push all the way into the tier 3s. Or maybe even into the opponent's throne. But it also means that if one of their heroes falls right now, it's going to be twice or 2 or 3 times easier for Aloha squad to be able to take out that throne. And you can already see it. Aloha squad, the way that they're posturing. Ringmaster throws out the Wheel of Wonder. Hex. Well, it's simultaneous Hex on himself as well because of that Lotus. A lot of Necro units. Now they are changed. There's a Demonic Archer and Demonic Warrior.
Radiant's courier has been killed. Radiant are scanning.
Observer Ward, the only problem with Mega Creeps is that you no longer retain any portion of map control. No semblance of it. Aloha squad can initiate at you from anywhere. And you really have to be on your toes. Bottega, though, he goes in, makes quick work of the Grimstroke. He's down now without buyback. As Shigetsu activates that PKB, but even Shigetsu is going to end up melting. He's one of the few heroes that does have a buyback, so it's not going to be as fatal for Aloha squad. But Yellow Submarine, they do have 100 seconds in which they really do need to push. The Book of the Deads that they do have, I believe they have 2 of them on Infernal as well as Problems. That is enough to push out one lane. All the meanwhile, I think the Storm Mirel needs to push out one, while the Juggernaut and the rest of their team push out the mid lane. Infernal?
Dire are scanning.
Again, needs to be careful. Dire Scan is going to clip Infernal, so they know the Omni Knight is there, just dishing out the purifications. As Yellow Submarine, they're deciding to use their time to try and catch someone out, but they're going to be disappointed with the fact that there's really no one here. They're chasing after ghosts, essentially. They'll decide to go in through the gate, as Bottega still yet to hit his level 30.
The rune of regeneration.
Will they take out the Tormentor? At this point, everyone has. Okay, no, Bottega still doesn't have the Blade Fury. It slows enemies by 35%. It's not too bad of an item to have at this point, particularly because you are using your Blade Fury to be able to survive and whatnot.
Dire are scanning.
Has the Refresher as well as the Aghanim's Blessing. But the main problem is that Aloha Dance has respawned. Fishman, unfortunately, will go down. So now he's down for about 120 seconds. It's interesting how, despite of the fact that Aloha squad do have mega creeps, it really hasn't changed the state of the game. The only thing it has done is it has made it very difficult for Yellow Submarine to actually push. But that's just about it.
Radiant are scanning.
Mirel? They saw him, they shackled him down, and they will bring him down. Mirel down for about 120 seconds. Does have the buyback, or rather doesn't have a buyback. Bottega is going to end up taking Aloha Dance out. And I was wrong, the Storm Spirit does have a buyback, so that means Aloha squad really do need to be careful. Storm can choose a buyback at any point. The only thing that's stopping him right now is the fact that this outpost is not converted. So I think that is going to be what Yellow Submarine look to do. Retake the outpost. But Meow doesn't seem like he wants them to take the outpost. Roshan has migrated towards that bot lane. Shigetsu will be able to pick up a very lucky or coincidental amplified damage rune. And with the focus fire, Roshan will just, he'll just fall instantly. Roshan does quite a lot of damage. Oh man, even with the Tide Hunter, it's quite a lot. 4th Aegis of the game. Or is it 5th? I've actually lost count at this point. I know it's past the 3rd Aegis. I know the banner is at its maximum potency. But what the Aegis allows you to do is essentially you can build up a 7v5 fight. Right, Shigetsu has the 2nd life, but then he can buy back, teleport to the outpost, go for a 3rd life fight. So they need to find a way to actually take Shigetsu out thrice if they want to stay in this game. Most heroes buyback are going to be coming off of cooldown. The only question is who has the gold for it and who doesn't. So only 2 heroes don't have a buyback, the rest of their team does. Aloha squad inside of the base. The Wheel of Wonder is not going to catch anyone and it's down now for about 60 seconds. Meow is going to come in, hexes up HTRD as he gets hit by that Ice Blast. So HTRD will end up going down. Should instantly buy back into this game as Mirel tries to make quick work of that backline, but it has not done anything. It's actually inside of that base. A Ravage gets sent out by Meow and catches Mirel. The secondary Ravage comes out as well. Yellow Submarine go in for the buybacks as Mirel goes in for a Vortex that catches both the Wind Ranger as well as the Grimstroke. Aloha Dance has lost his life. Does not have the buyback to come back into this. An Omni Slash found, or rather a Swift Slash found out towards Shigetsu. Fishman is going to be the casualty in the midst of it. As somehow, some way, Yellow Submarine hold on to their base. Or what's left of it anyway. It's HTRD who will fall once more. But Mirel, he still can go on for a lot longer. The Aeon Hard Dispel kicks in for the Ember Spirit as Juggernaut, he couldn't fight any longer. It's actually going to end up being a throne that's chipped away slowly but surely. Aloha squad are going to be the first game winners in between in the midst of all of that chaos. I couldn't even tell the HP of that throne. Oh man, 72 minutes in. Both teams really giving it everything they have. And in the end, Yellow Submarine, despite the fact that they were up at 27,000 net worth at one point in the game, they do end up losing the game here. But this would have been a very good ending to a best of 3. It unfortunately is just the beginning of a best of 3. This was just the first game that Aloha squad have managed to win. Can they find the second game win and sweep Yellow Submarine under the rug, essentially send them flying out of the tournament? Or is Yellow Submarine going to come back even harder, finish the job that they had started and did seem so good at? Are they going to be able to find up a comeback and take Aloha squad to a game number 3? We will find out as we resume with the EPL Championship Season 1 right after a short break. plus minute mark with Aloha Squad coming out as the winners, despite of being faced up against a 27 or 25 to 27,000 net worth disadvantage. They managed to actually slowly but surely come up with the win. Can Yellow Submarine keep themselves in this series and by doing so keep themselves in the tournament? That's something that only time will tell. Aloha Squad do double down on their Ember Spirit. In fact, they double down on the Grimstroke as well that they had in the previous game. While Yellow Submarine, they go in for the Ringmaster that they had, and they pick up a new hero. They do go for the Shadow Fiend. This can either work out great or it can all crumble on top of them. We'll see which one it is going to be. I will say that Yellow Submarine, they did play a phenomenal early game. So if they can have that same thing happen this game with their Shadow Fiend, that's one of the heroes that does, or rather rewards you really well if you have a good start. So maybe Yellow Submarine can snowball with their Shadow Fiend, and they also pick up that Tiny, that Avalanche Toss combination. We saw what it could do in that previous series with Days on the Tiny. Can it do the same thing for Yellow Submarine? We'll find out. Batrider being picked up too. They had this in the previous game. They had both of these, both the Batrider and the Ringmaster in the previous game. And I will say that Problems did find some really good lassos, particularly when he got that Aghanim Scepter. It was at the back of the lassos he was able to use that Yellow Submarine got as many kills as they did. The Omni Slash follow-up with that lasso, of course, was the main one. Aloha Squad, they see perhaps every hero apart from the carry, or maybe they expect the Shadow Fiend to be a carry, but they will pick up the Ursa Warrior. This is a great hero against the Shadow Fiend. As long as you can pop your Enrage, if you have an impending Requiem, the Enrage will mean that you mitigate most of the damage from that Requiem. Not to mention that Aghanim Scepter, once you get it on the Ursa, you can use the Enrage even if you get lassoed up. So it's one of those spells that does do really well, or one of those heroes that does do really well, but only when you get to that Scepter. Before that point, the Ursa struggles against the Batrider. Even the Tiny, the Ursa, it doesn't have, you can't use the Enrage whilst inside of the duration of that Avalanche. They did change it up for this in this current patch. And the Ringmaster, and there's a lot of heroes, it's a lot of obstacles that this Ursa Warrior will have to get through.
Ten seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
Ember Spirit. Can they? Now, with the combo of the Grimstroke, I think the Ursa plus Grimstroke combination with the Inkswell can do quite a lot. So, Yellow Submarine, at least in the laning phase, while they might be stronger against the Ursa in the early game, they're stronger after the laning phase. Because in the laning phase, that Inkswell plus Ursa can decimate your lane if you're not careful. Aloha Squad seem to think that this is going to be a Shadow Fiend carry, and in fact a Tiny on the mid lane. That could be, to be honest, might be the way that they go about it. As a Tiny mid, we have seen it come out before time and time again. The Ember Spirit is one of the better equipped heroes to deal with a Tiny. And that's only because of the Flame Guard, right? Avalanche Toss is a magical damage combo, which at the end of it means that the Ember Spirit with that Flame Guard can absorb a lot of that magical damage. Should be able to survive that deadly combo, I would say. Yellow Submarine, though, they are looking to ban out an offlaner, have banned the Mars as well as a Tidehunter. That's the Tidehunter that has been somewhat of a favorite hero to pick up in all three of the series that we have had today. Yellow Submarine thinking about their last ban.
Radiant team pick.
Go for a Primal Beast ban as Aloha Squad. Going for their 5th pick.
Dire Team pick.
And there's going to be a centaur. So someone that can build up the auras. I do really like this approach from Aloha Squad. I think the pipe is a necessity in this game, particularly against the Shadow Fiend and the Tiny. What I am unsure about is whether or not the centaur will be able to survive, considering that they are also expecting a Shadow Fiend to be on the carry. And the reason why the centaur might have difficulty surviving is because you don't really go for the boots of speed on the centaur anymore. So the Shadow Fiend, you have, you know, it's a very easy, it's very easy to land those raises against the centaur over on that lane. Yellow Submarine, it does seem like both of these two teams have a pretty strong safe lane. How the centaur plans on farming up and whether or not he can essentially find his farm, that's something that's very interesting. And we may not even have a Grimstroke plus Ursa lane, if I'm being honest. Warlock is one of those heroes that is better suited to that position 5 role. So the Grimstroke plus Centaur combo, that's not bad either. Particularly if you want to play aggressive. You know, Inkswell on the Centaur, Centaur charges in. If you're able to get on top of the Shadow Fiend, maybe with the Hoof Stomp, Inkswell stun, you have 2 stuns. With a double edge, you can take the Shadow Fiend down. Yellow Submarine, though, they go for the Slork, a hero that does do well against some of the Aloha Squad's heroes, but that means that it's not going to be a Tiny on the carry position or on the mid position. It's going to be Mirel who's going to be playing the mid lane Shadow Fiend, and it's going to be Bottega, of course, who's going to be playing the Slark. So that means a Centaur, we're back to the Centaur having a great time. And in fact, it will be a Grimstroke on the position 5 role, so I wasn't able to read the draft as well as I thought. In fact, I mean, to be fair, even Aloha Squad were expecting an offlane hero rather than this Slark that just popped out of nowhere. Let's see if the Slark can actually snowball, because I'm looking at the lineup from Aloha Squad. The Grimstroke is pretty good against the Slark early on, and even later on. Ursa is one of those heroes that if you can't get the Shadow Dance off, the Slark is just going to melt. And the Centaur is one of those heroes that's really difficult to play against as a Slark, because you have the, you know, the passive of the Centaur that return damage. Not to mention, Centaur is one of those blade mail builders. So let's see what Yellow Submarine are cooking up with this pick for Bottega, and whether or not Mirel can snowball with that mid lane Shadow Fiend. It's one of the greedier mid lane heroes out there. You want to be farming up for that Blink Dagger, that Yasha and Kaya, then you want to go for that Aghanim Scepter. Mirel is going to have their work cut out for them. Who are they going to prioritize their farm on? Is it the Shadow Fiend or is it the Slark? There's a lot of questions I have in my mind that, to be honest, can only be answered by the way that Yellow Submarine decide to play this game.
Prepare for battle.
Of course.
A full 5-man smoke comes out from both of these two sides. Not too sure if...
30 seconds to battle.
Well, I'm not too sure if Aloha Squad should be looking for an early games fight, as they don't actually have the heroes for it. Bottega, in the nighttime, can spot out just about anyone. He has one of the highest nighttime visions in the game. And Aloha Dance is going to charge on forward. Bottega will be able to spot out the Grimstroke. And there's a dire Observer Ward catching out everyone from Aloha Squad. Meow should be able to secure the Bounty Rune, as Problems will be able to secure the Bounty Rune too. He's just waiting for the Emperor to walk down here. At the end of the day, though, it's going to be an uneven exchange. It will be Yellow Submarine who grab up 3 Bounty Runes. Should help them out as far as snowballing in the early game. And they have 3 heroes positioned here. Actually, all Both of these two sides have 3 heroes positioned here. Bottega tries to fight back, but he really can't get this done. Fishman will end up drawing first blood. Problems was took too long to actually come back into this, but maybe now that he can find at least 1 kill in exchange, and he does manage to do so. Fishman might be the other target. He can just go for the teleport away if he wants to, but needs to be able to do this quicker because the avalanche is going to come off of cooldown in about 3 seconds. Fishman turning around now. Wants to stay in the river like a true fish. But he is a man at the end of the day, so in the end, the river is where his demise will be. Yellow Submarine get 2 kills in exchange for the 1. Can't say that's too bad considering the fact that they also got 2 bounty runes. 3 bounty runes. So all in all, I would say that's pretty much an even exchange from both of these two sides. Ooh. Aloha Dance being able to secure a kill on the Ringmaster. Shigetsu and the Warlock. Over on that bot side, I'm taking a look at this lane here. They have decided to go for a position 3 Batrider. This is either going to be really good or really bad. But one of the good things about this is the fact that they will absolutely destroy Shigetsu on this lane. There's nothing the Ursa Warrior can do against the Batrider. Even if he tries to go into the lane, he can just get tossed into the Batrider, and that's going to turn things from bad to worse. You cannot get tossed in. And Shigetsu realizes this. That's why he's just forced to, not even jungle, he's just forced to stick back. It's going to be up to Fishman to drag as many creeps as possible, as the Tiny Problems is going towards the mid lane to secure the water runes. Even towards the mid lane, Ember Spirit is supposed to struggle against Mirel. So Yellow Submarine certainly do have the better laning phase as far as the heroes are concerned. But can they match that with some kills? Oh man, Mirella is dominating this lane. I mean, sure, he doesn't have as much CS over the Ember Spirit, but as the levels go on, once you hit the level 3 in the raises for Mirel, it's game over for the Ember. You just cannot stick in this lane. And when you take a look at how many heroes are actually getting zoned out here, it's the Ursa, it's the Ember Spirit. Not exactly a great look. Shigetsu, though, he is doing a pretty good job at stacking up in terms of lost hits, all things considered. Able to take quite a few creeps away. Actually has about 15 lost hits, so he's evenly tied up compared to the Slark. He even got that hard cramp, the big centaur. So that's one of those creeps that gave a lot of gold away. Ooh, banner creep denied by Fishman, so they are doing a pretty good job at this. I'm curious to see what Bottega will be able to get done. Has he infused raindrops? Ooh. Great pounds being found by Bottega. Whiplash going to come out by Meow. He will be able to find the hoof stomp and should be safe here because he has the Lotus. And the second dagger is not going to be enough. Oh no, Meow ends up falling. H3RD able to whoopee cushion himself forward to get that last hit. Amazing job done by him. As even towards that mid lane, it is going to be Sportic, the one in trouble. Problems does not have any more spells available, but Mirel, he has raises at the ready to make sure that the Grimstroke couldn't stick around. Problems? Oh no, he'll be able to get a solo kill on the Ember Spirit. Sportic ends up going down. And now things are predictably turning from bad to worse because these lanes are not working out for the side of Aloha's squad. Now Shigetsu is the one X factor. Because while I thought the Batrider would be able to dominate this lane. Infernal has decided to, you know, farm up the jungle a bit. He'll have to go back to the fountain now, but as it turns out, he's decided to go towards the triangle to secure maybe some stacks for himself and leave Shigetsu to farm up on the Ursa.
Radiant's bottom tower.
HTRD
Attack.
needs to be careful. In fact, the Searing Chains are going to land Inkswell as well, and that is a kill confirmed. They'll give it to Sportic, who will acquire around 200 gold, so not too shabby for the Ember Spirit. They're also looking for the Power Rune, and it is unluckily not going to spawn in his favor. It is going to be an Invisibility Rune towards that bot lane. Mirel should be able to grab it up. As the Batrider is back. But 1v1, I don't think the Ursa Warrior struggles as hard, particularly because they do have the lane equilibrium managed out. That the creep wave is very close to his tower. And as the Batrider drags away the remainder of the creep wave, another creep wave is actually going to push inside of the tower. Oh, no Embers? I didn't even see the fact that the Ember Spirit fell. Oh, man, not great. Even towards that top side, Bottega, with the fact that he has the power treads and the infused raindrops, Meow, despite the fact that he has maximized the retaliate, can't dish out as much damage. And now they need to protect their Shrine of Wisdom. Meow, too low on his HP, but the Ember Spirit does come in. A two-man hoof stomp. It was dispelled away by that Dark Pact. Meow should end up going down there, but not before he's able to take Problem out. The Shrine of Wisdom, though, that is the big loss for the side of Aloha squad. However, Shigetsu manages to even the score out. And in fact, he'll be able to secure the Shrine of Wisdom, coming in clutch for his team. And what was supposed to be a disaster for Aloha squad turned out to be not that bad. Shigetsu gets a solo kill, grabbed after the Shrine of Wisdom. Sure, your supports didn't get the experience, only one of them did. But in the end, Bottega, he's trying to play very aggressive, but is unable to get much done here. Activates that Shadow Dance, but it's only going to be used to be able to escape. So despite of the aggression coming up by Yellow Submarine, they haven't exactly gotten as much done as they would have liked to. They will be able to grab up Fishman. Oh no, Bottega, he went for the long way around. Fishman, able to stay alive a little while longer, will end up going down, but he was living on borrowed time essentially. And now Meow slowed down by Miral coming in with the raises. There should be another kill confirmed. Finally, Yellow Submarine get themselves a convincing set of trades. And with the Shadow Fiend doing as well as he is, 4,500 in terms of net worth almost, he's, again, going for the Guardian Greaves. This is turning out to be, you know, one of those items that every mid laner starts to make, irrespective of the hero they're playing. Now, on the Shadow Fiend, it's not that bad. That increased mana, as well as that you know, HP heal, maybe that's enough to be able to activate your Requiem. And it's the Dispel. That's great, right? A lot of scenarios that Dispel could come in handy. If he gets hit by the Enrage from the Ursa, he can Guardian Greaves. He can use to pop the Guardian Greaves, run back.
Dire are scanning.
Sportic needs to be really careful. Requiem being channeled up. Sportic, though, will be able to remnant away.
Is under attack.
Bottega going for that Diffusal Blade. 2,000 of a lead built up right now for Yellow Submarine. As Meow is going for that Helm of the Dominator. And he's playing with my favorite set on the Centaur. It's that little donkey set. Again, Meow has to be super careful, despite the fact that he has gone for the level 3 in the Retaliate. Doesn't have as much survivability as he would like to. Sportic, though, he'll be able to stun up Problems thanks to the Inkswell. Mirel is looking for the Requiem. However, Inferno's looking for the Lasso. They'll bring the Ursa Warrior inside of the Shadow Fiend, and with the Requiem will be able to take Shigetsu out. Problems will be the trade, but in the end, that is a huge win in the hands of Yellow Submarine. Shigetsu really should have continued farming for that Battle Fury instead of joining his team for that early game engagement, because his team, quite honestly, are relying on Shigetsu to be able to get the job done. They're giving him space to farm, and he should use that space to continue farming up.
Are scared. Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Over on that mid lane, once again, Sportic continuing to be a menace, but he remnants away once more. At this point, he is just wasting Yellow Submarine's time. And Yellow Submarine should recognize this. Instead of focusing their effort on the Ember Spirit, perhaps they can look to secure kills for Bottega, who has a Diffusal Blade now. So, unlike the Ursa, who wants to join his team, Bottega is in a position where he can actually be providing a lot of value to his team. Just rotate around with a Diffusal Blade. Fishman priming his Chaotic Offering. Ember Spirit needs to be careful. 12-minute Power Rune once again not going to spawn for the Ember. It's going to be a Shield Rune that spawns towards that top side in the hands of the Shadow Fiend with the Guardian Greaves. Makes the Shadow Fiend a very difficult target to actually take down. And Problems may not have the Blink Dagger, but the way he's playing, it looks like he's trigger hungry for the Avalanche. Ooh, the Ember Spirit remnants away. Ember Spirit. Easy pickup for Mirel. This has been a stable combination in Dota, the toss back into the Requiem, and they're able to make it work with perfection. Yellow Submarine, things once again are working out in their favor in the early game. You know, we're well past the laning phase, and Shigetsu has the Battle Fury up now. It is coming in his courier. I assume it is, yeah, it's the entire Battle Fury. He would have gotten it at the 12-minute mark if he didn't make that play earlier, but we'll forget about that play for now. Focus on the fact that he has a 13-minute Battle Fury, and the fact that with this, he can potentially make stuff happen around the map. He did not spot out that Ringmaster and was not able to activate that Enrage. The lasso will grab him up, and that will be a confirmed kill once again for Mirel, who is on a wicked 6 streak. Meanwhile, towards that mid lane, it's the Tiny who is going to be in danger, but Mass Teleport's going to come in. Bottega wasn't able to catch the Grimstroke with his pounce, but over on the side, they were able to catch and take out Problems. Now with another Searing Chain set up on towards HTRD. Unfortunately, HTRD is protected by the Ember Spirit. Lasso down as well, but Meow comes in with that Centaur stun and has the amplified damage. Bottega now has ran out of his Shadow Dance, and you have Sportic with an amplified damage rune, so you can't exactly contest against this Ember. However, maybe they can contest against this Centaur. Oh no, he'll teleport out. Mirel didn't have enough raises available. Still low, 3,000 of a lead right now. Not too bad for the side of Yellow Submarine. The next item for Bottega will be that Aghanim Scepter, as he does have one component of it. I believe it is the Blade of Alacrity that should be coming in his courier. And with this Blade of Alacrity, you should be able to, I don't know, do stuff around the map. I mean, with the Blade of Alacrity, you can farm up faster. With the Aghanim Scepter, you can do a lot around the map. The 2 bounces take away around, I would say, you take away, I think, 4 attributes. 4, yeah. So 12 all attributes. away from the other side. 2 pounds between 24 attributes. You instantly lose about 300, 400 HP. Well, not instantly, because you're never going to use the 2 pounds in quick succession. You're going to wait until the first pound wears away. Ideally, you use the 2 pounces on 2 separate targets. And one of the things about the scepter is that it gives the Slark that additional leeway, right? You want to keep 1 pounce available to make sure that you can disengage from any precarious position. It's a kind of survival mechanism as well.
Radiant are scanning.
Ursa Warrior does have a Defiant Shell. Hell will help him farm up a bit faster. But now you have Infernal coming in with that lasso, with that dagger up. And the Grimstroke is also going to be in trouble. Requiem is going to be sent out. And Aloha Dance is going to lose his life. 5,000 of a net worth advantage now up for Yellow Submarine, as they really are not messing around. Meow is going to be the second target, leashed up, and will end up going down for Mirel. This is just a casual day at work, really. He's just able to dominate Aloha squad, left, right, and center. And it really is left, right, and center, because he's able to get kills on all 3 lanes. Shigetsu getting hit by that dagger. There is no lasso. So Infernal really needs to be careful about this. Searing Chains are going to land, but the only problem is Shigetsu can't turn around because he would have been taunted. Now it's up to Sporting to get something done. Unfortunately, even if he remnants forward over here, there is no more follow-up. Shigetsu does have the Blink Dagger, so this is the point where they may be looking to turn things around. Meow is going for that pipe rather than that Crimson Guard. Either one, honestly, is pretty good. I would say getting both is the sweet spot against Yellow Submarine.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Meow. He's going to get initiated upon problems, revealing his Blink Dagger. The Stampede is going to come out, and the rest of Aloha squad are going to engage as well. Mirel held in as well. Chaotic Offering down on him. This is a huge streak if they can find it. Phantom's Embrace is not going to be enough. Sporting needs one more Slide of Fist, but his is on cooldown right now. A Remnant forward is going to end up doing the trick as Shigetsu makes his way forward as well. Aloha squad have lost 2 of their heroes, but so has Yellow Submarine, and Shigetsu, he's going to jump on forward. Earthshock on towards 2 heroes. They'll be able to take out problems as Bottega continues to fight against the Ember Spirit. Will be able to find a kill, but even Shigetsu has found a kill of his own. Bottega does not have the Shadow Dance, is going to be coming off of cooldown, so can continue to fight against Shigetsu, who has the Enrage, but Bottega will settle for the kill on Fishman. Shigetsu looking for the re-entry on towards Bottega, who can just juke around the Ursa, and now that the Ursa's Enrage has worn out, maybe Bottega can actually get the kill. He might just end up turning it around on towards Shigetsu, but Shigetsu blinks on forward, and it has turned into a bit of a 1-for-1 brawl, with Bottega deciding to just go back. Or no, it's not actually going back. He wants to go in like an assassin. Wrap around on towards Shigetsu, who has managed to regenerate up, but now has Bottega to contend with. Another Shadow Dance is at the ready, but Bottega, he got silenced up, but is able to dispel it away, and in the end, Shigetsu will end up going down. Aloha Dance will unfortunately be yet another casualty. Perfect pounds being found by Bottega, and as if you think about it, that is an entire team wipe, and more. That's an entire team wipe +1, because Aloha Dance respawned, came back into it, died again. And for Bottega, that's essentially a rampage, because he did take 5 heroes down. Not quick enough, but in the end, he got the job done. A lot of gold that just went Bottega's way. Despite it all, though, it is the Ursa Warrior who is ahead, or rather was ahead of the Slark. The real question is going to be how they plan on taking this Slark out. Because the Slark now, Bottega has the Aghanim Scepter, so his bounces are deadly. I do not expect any of the supports from Aloha squad to survive. Even the Tormentor is a target. However, Aloha squad, they're not going to give up this one up, that one up without a fight, even though they don't have the chaotic offering, or rather, it's going to come off of cooldown. So they will have the chaotic offering up soon. Yellow Submarine are going for a very big wraparound, and against an Ursa Warrior, this means that the Tormentor will be cleared up really easily. They'll give up the Tormentor to the Radiant side, all the meanwhile coming in for a wraparound that perhaps Aloha squad are not expecting, or no, they're actually gearing up for this. Problems will go in first, but instantly gets Searing Chain. Will be able to toss Meow down, but the Stampede comes out. Problems is in incredible amounts of danger. The escape act is going to keep Problems safe, at least for the momentary while, but in the end, he should end up going down there. Infernal couldn't find the lasso, but it's actually the Ember Spirit who will fall first for the side of Aloha squad. Still hugging the high ground as they're afraid right now of walking down there.
Is under attack.
They were wanting to go towards through the gate, but it's actually going to be Shigetsu who will jump on forward, has the overpower, wants to take out the Ringmaster who does not have the escape act. One more hit would have done the trick, but Meow does not have a blink dagger, so he can't actually blink forward. And with Meow going down, that is going to be the yellow signal or the red signal for them to just disengage entirely. They'll be able to make their way out. I wonder though if the Warlock will be able to. I feel like this is deja vu. I feel like if we saw this exact same play, the gate and the instant teleport out back to the fountain. I'm not too sure what Aloha Dance was doing here. Really not too sure, but does manage to make his escape. And now it's a 5,000 net worth advantage for Yellow Submarine. The Ember Spirit is going down too many times very early on in the fight. He's not able to contribute as much as he would like to. Is now going for that Shiva's Guard. All the meanwhile, Bottega, he's the real threat for Aloha squad. This Slark is just out of control. 7, 1, and 7. 11 permanent essence shift stacks. Or rather, 11 permanent agility.
Radiant's middle tower.
They'll be able to take down the Tier 1 topper
Dire's top tower.
as soon as the glyph runs out.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Problems? Sees the Ember, but I think they see him as they see the Tiny as well. I mean, there was a ping there. Problems goes in for the blink and has the toss up. The Ember Spirit, he's surviving for quite the while and will be able to just remnant away a wasted play by Yellow Submarine. However, Meow might end up being the target. The Slark was able to use both of those pounds. The Wheel of Wonder has been committed. It will disable Meow's teleport out, and they will be able to acquire at least one kill at the back of all of that. However, their lasso was used. Problems though? Did seem to be a bit overly ambitious with that play. Is going to end up going down. As the Ember Spirit will find the zap out. Bottega though, silenced for a while, but does have the Dark Pact available. Chaotic Offering is going to go out. Shigetsu, he's waiting for the blink on forward. But Bottega, he realizes this and will just go back. Does not want to play without his Shadow Dance at the ready. Yellow Submarine, with every engagement, they're able to come up with a bit more of a lead. Now it's about 7,000 of a lead for them.
Dire are scanning.
Problems? Ooh, was able to activate the Enrage before getting hit by the Requiem. Earth shocks towards the low ground, even dismantles the lasso, but cannot stay alive any longer. And now Sportic really needs to find his way out, but does not have any more remnants. He does manage to find one more remnant and will be able to teleport away before getting hit by the avalanche. But so far, things are crumbling for Aloha squad. They've lost their Ursa, their one big break. And the Ursa, despite of having as much net worth as the Slark, doesn't have as much impact in terms of value. It's difficult for the Ursa to be able to take anyone out. There's just so much utility coming out by Yellow Submarines that I think the BKB is desperately needed for this Ursa warrior. Mirel able to take out Fishman. Is that a full scepter coming in for... Oh, man, that is... Some would say that's the beginning of the end there. A sign of the end times. Because I can tell you that it's nearly impossible to play against a Scepter Requiem when a Shadow Fiend is this far ahead. No one from the Radiant side can survive in a scenario like that. Invisibility rune even being popped up. Has no more Requiem, but Bottega can't buy the time. Meow held in by the Slark. Stampede does come out. It does buy Aloha Squad a fair bit of distance, and now the Requiem will get sent out. Sportic has lost his life. Shigetsu will be able to take out the Ringmaster, but Meow will be the secondary casualty. Mirel now on a dominating streak. Once again, the Shadow Fiend has become unstoppable. Will make a play on towards Fishman, and even Problems will toss Aloha Dance back. Fishman cannot actually walk away. He is slow with the cane there. Mirel ends up with a triple kill. Yellow Submarine will end up in perfect command of this second game, and the comeback seems very real. In fact, it seems more real than the chances for Aloha Squad to be able to find a comeback in this game. Last game they had mechanisms for the comeback. This time around, just seems like they're being overrun. No real entry point for them to be able to go at it against Yellow Submarine.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Shigatsu has the Enrage, but the Escape Act. This is the problem of playing the Ursa against these many heroes that have the utility. He can't actually fight back too well. He is able to take out Infernal, but in the end, he will end up going down. Did get a fair bit of gold, around 504, and a lot of experience, 2,500 experience. He hit his level 20 at the back of that kill.
Are scanning.
Oh, perfect. Pounce once more. Requiem being channeled, and again, there's a double fear coming in. Impossible for anyone to survive against Bottega, feeling himself in this game truly on a godlike streak. Even the Shadow Fiend was on a godlike streak. Everyone from Yellow Submarine, as far as the cores are concerned, are doing phenomenal. Even the tiny problems, he's creating so many setups, so many problems for Aloha Squad. Roshan now up for grabs, as I doubt we'll be going for the 5 or 6 Roshans we saw in the previous game. This is going to be the first Roshan for this game, but with an entire Aegis, you know, it really begs the question. If Aloha Squad are able to essentially, if they're unable to take anyone of these important cores down from Yellow Submarine, how are they going to take Bottega down twice? Right, they've only managed to take him out once, and that was in the very early laning phase. He hasn't died since, has a BKB, well, will have the shard up soon. They are looking for the entry. Dark Pact is there though, and that means they'll have to disengage. Unfortunately, Sportic will not be able to disengage, or will not be allowed to. Both of those two work. They even find the Centaur. Fishman though is going to be pounced upon. Bottega will be able to make quick work of the Warlock, as Meow teleports away. Aloha Dance also goes down. And Mirel has the haste rune, so Ursa Warrior, can he find the bashes? Does have the BKB to be able to make it out of here, but decides not to. He decides to stick around. Shigetsu, this was a mistake. He is gonna end up losing his life. As even Meow is going to end up going down. It truly feels like it is coming to an end. Yellow Submarine does seem like there's really nothing stopping them any longer. I mean, all of these scores, they've turned into paper. And it seems like Yellow Submarine, they're playing with some sharp scissors at this point. Silver Edge up for Bottega means that 5 seconds of a, I think, 60% movement speed slow, because it turns your movement speed to down to about 200 of, you know, a movement speed slow equivalent to that hex, or to a hex.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Level 23 for the Slark, 31 minutes in. Fishman pounced upon, and even though Aloha Dance is there, what can Aloha Dance really do? In fact, Aloha Dance may not be able to survive either. Bottega able to get a quick double kill as a response comes in from Shigetsu towards that backline. Bottega, has he extended too far? He has the silver edge, so the answer is no. He has extended just the right amount. Oh, Infernal, he got hit by the bash as soon as he blinked in. Infernal's gonna end up losing his life. Bottega is going to be the next target, but a Requiem comes in from Merel. Pushes back at Aloha Squad, even though Aloha Dance does buy back into this. They don't have the follow-up. Bottega now activates that BKB just to be able to disengage. Problems is faced up with a bit of a problem. The one that's keeping him from dying. Unfortunately, it's not a problem he can solve. He will end up going down. So Aloha Squad do manage to fight back. The only issue is that they haven't exactly taken out the Stark or the Shadow Fiend. Those are the two heroes that they really need to take apart. Shigetsu has the Enrage, but this is a brawl that Shigetsu cannot win. Bottega, though, he will recognize the fact that the cavalry is not too far off. Quite literally. Meow was looking to come in with a hoof stomp. These essence shift stacks, they last for a really long time, right? 72.5 second duration. And when you get to that level 25 talent tree, that's around 100 seconds in which an essence shift stack actually lasts. I do expect him to go for that level 25 talent. Escape acts constantly from HTRD. An absolute menace for the side of the Radiant. Bottega, he saw the Ember Spirit. Unfortunately, Ember Spirit won't be able to last a while. Meow now stuck inside of the Hypnotize will end up going down next. Leashed up, the Stampede is going to be there, but he cannot create the distance. Yellow Submarine, time and time again, able to come up with the win. Or Aloha Squad, time and time again, cannot come up with the win in these team fights. Yellow Submarine making it look super easy, force-stuffing Fishman in front just so that they can land the Avalanche. And even Bottega, 30 essence shift stacks up for him. This game really feels like it's on its last legs, and even in that scenario, one of those legs seems to be fractured right at the knee.
Radiant's middle barracks are under attack. Radiant's middle barracks has fallen.
So for Aloha Squad, they're really hopping at this point, hoping for something. But I'm afraid it's not going to happen. By all the metrics, this game does feel like it is very much over. 96% win probability in favor of Yellow Submarine here. A 4% chance of a comeback.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
And it's not really budging all that much. Interestingly, the win probability was never in favor of Aloha Squad. Right from the very beginning,
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
only one more barracks to go, but in contrast to the previous game, Yellow Submarine at this point, well, to be fair, Yellow Submarine at this point were 27,000 ahead, but they weren't 27,000 ahead with 2 lanes of barracks being taken out.
Radiant are scanning.
Bottega breaking the centaur goes on towards Meow, who will not be able to make it out. In fact, let's see just how many heroes end up falling, with Shigetsu being lassoed up. The Requiem is absolutely perfect. It's gonna catch Aloha Dance as well as Shigetsu and even the Ember Spirit. Shigetsu will call GG, as this is truly an impossibility in every sense of the word. Yellow Submarine will even out the series and take Aloha Squad to a game number 3. Oh man, this has been a fantastic series so far. Yellow Submarine this time around with a very convincing win against Aloha Squad. But the thing is, Aloha Squad, they have been, twice in a row now faced up with an early game disadvantage. In one game, they were able to manage up the comeback. In the second game, not so much, because Yellow Submarine were playing with snowball-oriented heroes that just do really well if they get that early game lead. But for the next game, can Aloha Squad adjust? Or will Yellow Submarine once again take the early game victory against Aloha Squad? Those are the questions that I'm most interested in. Maybe Aloha Squad is the ones who should be picking up tempo-based heroes. But there's not a lot of time left, as we will only have about 5 to 10 minutes of a break before we head on towards game number 3. But I do expect both of these two teams to truly give it their all, because it is elimination on the line, and whoever loses this next game will be out of the EPL Championship, and whoever wins will proceed on further in the lower brackets. Don't go anywhere, stay tuned, and we will be right back.